Okay, we're going to go ahead and I apologize. I'll be off camera for just a minute. I'm just having some technical difficulties. We're going to go ahead and open our October 20th, 2020 Lake County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 9:03. And as customary, we're going to stand for a moment of silence. And we do have 2 moments of silence today. Supervisor Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I would ask that we use this moment of silence to honor a good friend of mine and resident of Kelseyville, Carlos Vasquez, who passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack at 63. And he leaves behind his wife, Maria, and children and grandchildren and a lot of friends.
Thank you, Rob. And I would like to do this dedication today to a longtime South Lake County resident, Charlie Crowfoot, who passed away on Monday the 19th, and just want to do a dedication for him and his family. Supervisor Brown, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our number 4 item, extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Do we have any extra items today?
None that have been brought to.
All right, thank you very much, Carol. Okay, with none being on number 4, we're going to go ahead and move to number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are usually non-controversial. We move through at the board level. Board, are there any items that need to be pulled from the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull item 5.2, please, for discussion.
Okay, item 5.2. Are there any other items that would like to be pulled from the board? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and open it up to public. Jake, can you please open the room? If there's anyone who would like to pull an item from the consent agenda calendar, please speak now. Please give your first and last name.
Yep. All right. I've sent out that request. They should be able to unmute and state their first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, go ahead and close the room. We'll bring it back to the board. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve items 5.1, 5.3 through 5.26.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Crandall.
Okay.
Can we?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott? Aye. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We've got 9:07. Are we prepared to take up item 5.2? We have all parties that may be in this discussion.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Matthew Thrustein and Susan Parker are hopefully both in the room and can present this item.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the item. Item 5.2, approve agreement between the County of Lake and the Lake County Economic Development Corporation for Lake County CARES Act Small Business Assistance Grant Program Coordinator Services and authorize the chair to sign. Supervisor Crandall? Supervisor Sabatier, I apologize.
Well, my main
Matthew
point,
Rothstein will present the item if that works.
Okay.
and just real quick, my main point was to make sure that this was put out to the public, that everybody would be aware of what is happening. I think this is very important, and also I think it's very positive for our community, and I want to make sure that it's publicized as much as we can. So if Matthew wants to follow up on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Matthew, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. This is Matthew Rothstein, Deputy County Administrative Officer, and I definitely want to just start by echoing Supervisor Sabatier's sentiments that the COVID pandemic has affected local businesses, and whatever we can do in order to make the way a little bit easier for them is certainly something important to do. And today's item is approving an agreement with Lake County Economic Development Corporation to facilitate a grant program that will, in the initial round of funding, get $20,000 to businesses that have demonstrated COVID-19 related impacts, with the potential for awards of up to $30,000 per business. And these are eligible small businesses of 1 to 20. But I'm really excited. The proposal that we received from Lake County Economic Development Corporation was determined to be qualified by an ad hoc committee, and Nicole Flora is here in the room right now and is able to speak a little bit more to the impact that we're hoping to make with that program. Are you there, Nicole?
I am. I'm not sure if this is working. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good morning. I'm Nicole Flora, and I work for the Lake County Economic Development Corporation. We're excited to partner with the county on this program. The portal for grant applications should open tomorrow afternoon on the Lake County Economic Development website. So later today, there'll be some information for small businesses within Lake County for you to start preparing your grant application. There'll be a list of documentation that you'll need to provide in order to apply for the grant. And the portal will open tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. at Lake County, CAEDC.org.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
So just to kind of echo a little bit, a lot of our businesses have gone through a lot of struggles. Some of them have been unable to pay rent. Some of them have been unable to pay their bills. This is one of those chances where we've received a large amount of money from the federal government, and we are applying approximately $1.3 million to go back to our businesses, into our community, to help them be able to survive the unfortunate pandemic that we're dealing with. This is definitely not the going to solve all problems, but I think that it's definitely a good way to try our best to provide something in return for the hardships that have been created and the hardships that we have approved of committing to. And so many people have gone above and beyond by applying higher levels of sanitation, changing around their workspace, and all those things cost money. And so if you have any of those losses incurred due to COVID-19, this is your chance. Please reach out to Lake EDC. I will be advertising, and I'm sure that there's going to be some press releases coming out as well. This is a great opportunity. So thank you very much for letting me pull this item off the consent agenda. I think it was that important to pull.
Any more questions or comments from the board?
I just want to follow up because
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
It has been a thoughtful process, and with the need of the community as a priority. It didn't, as we've talked about, it didn't start out as to what it is right now, but with a lot of thought and input and consideration for the largest amount that we could put into the public as opposed to sustaining the county operations. I think I feel good with where we finally got to it. I think it's good. I'm hoping that all the money gets on the street as quickly as possible, and there's no reason that we should be able or have to give any of this back with the need that we have in our local economy and our local with our businesses and whatnot. So I do appreciate the process and appreciate the Bruno and I sit in on the meetings, and we work on it some. I mean, he probably works on it more than I have in his off time, but I can tell you that staff, Kathy Saderlin, her staff, Carol, her staff, have put a tremendous amount of time in this outside of those meetings, and I appreciate that.
Obviously, I want to thank you both for being on the committee for the CARES Act funds and bringing this to the board. And like you said, I want to thank staff for working hard and diligent. Number one always is looking to stand up our community and give them opportunities. This is money that we were able to do that with. And Rob, you hit on a very, very keen point that this money does have to be expended. And Carol, you can correct me, by December 31, I think. So please, if you're a business and we know you're hurting out there, and that's why this opportunity is there, please apply. Go to Lake EDC if you could, and just keep moving that forward. So glad we've given this opportunity to our business. So thank you both, and thank all the staff for putting this thing together. So thank you for bringing it to the board. All right, if there are no more comments from the board at this time, we're going to go ahead and open it up to the public for public comment. And we will start with the virtual room. Jake, if we could go through the hands. I see we do have one hand up here, Alan Flora.
All right, yeah, I've sent a unmute request to Alan Flora there. Looks like we got video. All right, will you please confirm your first and last name for us?
Yeah, this is Alan Flora, member of the EDC board. Thank you, Chair Simon and members of the board. Just wanted to be real brief. The president of the EDC board, Stephanie Ashworth, wasn't able to join the meeting today. So I just wanted to share that, we understand that the board had some flexibility in what they were able to use this funding for. And, we appreciate the fact that you were willing to allocate a significant amount of that to help keep our Lake County businesses strong. So just wanted to say thanks. A lot of work went in from both sides on getting this money on the street, and looking forward to making sure that it helps some of our businesses. So thank you.
Okay, Jake, that was the only hand up. We'll go ahead and open up the room and see if anyone else has comments at this point.
All right, I've sent out a request to the Zoom floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute, state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, let's close the room.
All right.
We'll bring it back to board chambers. Supervisor Spatier, do we have anybody in board chambers that would like to make a comment?
We have an empty room in the chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. I could not see that on the camera, so I appreciate that. So we're going to go ahead and close public comment on this item, and we're going to bring it back to the board for action.
Just want to say to the
Supervisor Crandall, there you go.
yeah, just wanted to say, Supervisor Sabatier, thank you for pulling this. There's been a lot of different businesses and people in the community that have asked about anything that the county would be doing. And so not only was it your due diligence and Supervisor Brown's due diligence to bring this forward and kind of put this together, it's a good thing that we announce it, like you said, to have coverage. So thank you for pulling it.
Okay, Supervisor Spatier.
There was one thing that I don't believe was mentioned. Maybe I missed it, but this is for the entire county, cities included. This is not just for the unincorporated businesses. This is for all businesses across the board that have been dealing with COVID-19 hardship. So I wanted to make sure that was out there. I do know that I was requested by talking with some of the EDC board, that there is a bit of a short window, that once they reach the 600,000 mark, that they can request for the second half of the payment, and that's 50,000, which could go really fast if it's $20,000 per. But my intention right now is not to change that. My intention is if we need to bring it back here for any future changes or anything, that we expedite those processes as quickly as possible. And I know that staff has also mentioned that they would expedite those processes. Hopefully that won't put too much of a speed bump, but I think right now we just need to get the money out there, and that change is too slight to make a huge difference. So I just wanted to mention that I will ensure that those things occur as quickly as possible.
Supervisor Sabatier, I do have a question for the committee in those conversations when you do clarification point about this also being available for obviously the non-unincorporated areas, also the two cities. Was there any discussion, because I think, and you can clarify this for me, that also the city's got some CARES Act funds too, correct? Was there any discussion where they may be rolling out a program like this too to just to help bolster the economy again, or did any of those conversations happen?
So just as an example, yes, the cities did get their own CARES Act, but in comparison to the amount that we received, it was a drop in the bucket. I believe the city of Clear Lake may have received $175,000 in total. We received approximately $6.6 million. So that's quite the difference in operating funds to deal with and what kind of functions we can help pay for. As we have shown in the past, almost half of that went to pay for our overtime and our extra workload that was needed due to COVID-19. A lot of that possibly went to public health, but I think slowly we gotten more funds for public health from the federal and state government to help pay for some of the things we're doing. But still, approximately half of that has been used specifically for COVID-related activities in-house. And so for them to have to also deal with some of the in-house COVID-19 expenses, that $175,000 goes away fast. So there is no programs that are being discussed. This is the only program that's being discussed as far as the county, as far as we know.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, we'll bring it to the board for action. Someone's ready to make a motion. This is the time to do it.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Lake County EDC for Lake County CARES Act Small Business Assistance Grant Program Coordinator Services and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
So there's a motion, Supervisor Sabatier, second by Supervisor Crandall. Please go to the roll call vote. Johanna?
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to our 6.1 item, our 9:01 a.m. item, our public input. I did not see any public input forms filled out at this point, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and open the room up, Jake, see if we have any public input on items that are not appearing on the posted agenda today.
All right. I have sent an unmute request out. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Good morning. My name is Richard Kreitzer. I'm a Deputy Sheriff at the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I am presently the treasurer for the Lake County Deputy Sheriff's Association, and I simply wanted to voice a couple of points, particularly regarding to what would be agenda item number 7.5.
No, public input is for items that are not appearing on the agenda. We'll be going into those items. You'll have an opportunity to speak specifically to those items when we get to that on the agenda.
Very good. I appreciate it, Supervisor. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Once again, public input is for items that are not appearing on the posted agenda today. Jake, I don't see any other hands up. or anyone else speaking at this point. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to close the virtual room. Excellent. Thank you. Being there's still no one in there, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Or public input, and we're going to bring it back to the board. All right, thank you. We're going to move to our
Mr. Chair?
we're going to, yes.
I would like to ask a request, especially in light that item 6.2 is not on our agenda anymore. It's to be continued on November 17th, 2020. Wondering if we can set a specific time for when we will discuss the class and compensation changes that pretty much takes up the majority of our meeting in the item 7s. Wondering if we can set a specific time so that both staff and the public is aware of when that conversation will be, because at this time, it could be now, but we haven't set as to when it would be, and so people may not be here. Just looking to create a specific point of when it is that we will be discussing this rather than just discussing it when we get to it, which is, I think, too important of a topic to just randomly discuss. I think it needs to be set at a time, and maybe setting it at 10 o'clock, if that's possible. I don't know. Just my opinion on what I think, what I would like to see us do.
Well, appreciate your opinion, Supervisor Sabatier, as what we were thinking was to go right into this. Obviously, we would have started a couple minutes ago, but we pulled the item off, the 5.2 item. We were planning on starting it at 9:07, I guess you would say, or somewhere in that area. And the intention was to try and work through these items here first thing in the morning and get through them. So if you want to wait before we get into it, I guess that can be talked about with the board, but the thought was to jump right into these. They are non-timed items, and we're going to get started and try and move through the process of getting through them and then work through the rest of the calendar as the discussions need to happen. So that was kind of the thought right now.
So
do you want to say 9:30 or?
Well, I got a question about that.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
And I appreciate, people ask this all the time. I've heard this hundreds of times. Why wasn't this a timed item? Well, even if it was a timed item, that doesn't guarantee it's going to be heard at that time. It means it won't be heard before that time, but I think when you have a non-timed item like this, especially with the agenda as with so many gaps in it, I think it's easy to assume that we could have made it at 9 o'clock. We could have had it a timed item at 9 o'clock. And so, as we heard Deputy Kreutzer on there a minute ago, there's people that are on there that are ready to go. The fact that it didn't actually have a specific time next to it, I think that's a small thing. I think we need to just jump into it. We got a full day, and it's just like our budget hearings. We didn't have a timed item for each one of the budget items because we just go into it when the first one's over. So I don't think having it at a time is going to really change anything. That hasn't been my experience that if you say 10 o'clock, that now all of a sudden we're going to have a bunch of people because they're not going to get the word on it anyway. So I think we should just move into it. If somebody does show up late and they say, hey, I wanted to be here for that, we can always bring it back up. We can always open it back up. So I think we should just move into it.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Okay, any other board members?
Let's just keep moving forward.
Okay. Yep, I completely agree. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get right into it right now. And as
Mr. Chair, remember that we do need a 5-minute closed session. We needed a 5-minute closed session and then get into it, if you would.
Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and for the public, just to inform everyone, we are going to go into, I will say 10 minutes, just to cover a session of 10 minutes for a closed session before we start our class and items. So we're going to go ahead and go into closed session. And Jake?
It's item number 8.7. You need to introduce item number 8.7, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, did you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I heard you. I'm getting to
Thank you.
So closed session item number 8.7, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957D1, appointment of Community Development Director. So at this time, we're going to go into closed session for 10 minutes. That would bring us back just about 9:38.
And board members and Anita, Jake is going to put us in a breakout room. Everyone else can wait here and we'll be back.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. It's 9:38, or not, 9:40 a.m. We just, was there any action to be taken out of closed session?
Yes, sir, there is action to be taken out of closed session, and I will make a motion for that action. I move to approve the permanent placement of Scott DeLeon to Public Works Director, Water Resource Director, and Community Development Director with the appropriate salary discussed later on in item 7.13, I believe it is.
Second. Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott? Aye. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Thank you for being patient with this community. We had, one thing to take care of, so we're going to go ahead and move right into our items. We are going to start with our 7.3 item. Consideration of an ordinance amending section 2-3A1 of Article 1, Chapter 2 of Lake County Code, compensation of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, up to now, if you take the recommended action here today, your board salaries are set at 60% of the average of the other Lake County elected officials, and then the chair gets an additional $200 a month on top of that. And so should your board determine to make the other changes on your agenda today with that affect the other elected salaries, without taking any action, your salaries would be increased. And so what is agendized here for you today is a change to the ordinance that would fix your salaries at their present levels. And so that is the content of this item, to fix your salaries at present levels.
Carol?
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
So when you were explaining that earlier, I couldn't tell if you said it would affect or wouldn't affect.
If you take the other actions that are on your agenda today, one of which would be to make some changes in the salaries of the other Lake County elected officials.
Yeah.
Absent you're taking this action to change the ordinance, your salaries would be increased.
They would be.
They would.
Okay, so here's the question, here's a request that I have for the board. I don't mind taking this up at any time, but I want to be assured that it does not take effect until January, the next sitting board, basically.
Could I get a reason for that?
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with myself giving myself a raise. So at least this way I would be voting for the board.
No, this is the opposite.
This
would
the
cancel.
There is no raise.
Okay, so this is what I asked earlier. I said, would it not, or would it not give an increase? And she said it would give an increase.
And if I may clarify.
If you don't act on this, it would.
If I may clarify.
Okay.
Currently, our policy is we get 60% across the, based on what the salaries are of other elected officials.
Okay, so this is.
This would cancel us getting that.
This is a vote yes for a no.
Yes.
Typical
Yes.
political confusion. Yeah. Okay, so I understand now. That's what happens when you have to meet by Zoom, where you can't actually be face to face with somebody and get questions answered. So thank you for that.
Yeah, so
So we do
Carol, I
need to
want
take
to
action.
thank you for presenting this item and bringing this to the board. I know from day one, when we started discussion, Lisa, from my standpoint, and I know I heard it from majority of the board, that, we are not, well, at least I'm not here looking for a raise. I appreciate what I get. I'm very grateful from the pay standpoint. And, we had discussions in the budget. I know when we talked about the budget, we removed some of the travel stuff out from South Lake County. I have not used that since I've been on the board, and don't plan on using it. So from my point of view, I think this just one more step in leadership that we need to do everything we can to take care of our frontline employees, our management, and keep working diligently towards that ultimate goal here in Lake County. And so today I'm glad that this was presented, and obviously I'll be voting to not get a raise during this process. Any other board members?
Yes, and I'm glad we're clarifying this because, as Supervisor Brown pointed out, it's kind of confusing for the public to understand what we're doing. And we want them to know we are not giving ourselves a raise. We are keeping our pay at what it is. And I've heard the full board say that they're willing to do that. So that's not to speak for everyone, but I know that that's been one of the things that we've always said. So.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We all agreed to that. That's why I was confused by the vote yes for a no. But I do want to forewarn the board that you will be accused of it regardless. So.
Already are.
Okay, any more comments from board members? Okay, Jake, can you please open the room?
I will say one last comment.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
And I've spoken with this to Ms. Hutchinson, and I'm not asking to make any changes on the face of the item, but I am looking up specifically on which items we would be, if this doesn't pass, let's say, which items later on we would be impacted by. I want to make sure that in each one of those items, I request that the actions be deferred for 30 days for the Board of Supervisors, because in reality, it takes 30 days, and we're going to have to do a second reading of this ordinance. It takes 30 days, and I know that we in-house are going to fix it, but I'm uncomfortable with us doing something and the law saying something slightly different, and I know in the long run it's the same thing. But if I ask for a deferral of actions on the Board of Supervisors salaries, while we wait those 37 days for us to wait 7 days for the next reading and 30 days for the ordinance to take effect, the raises will have already taken effect if we approve the rest of the items on there. And I want to make sure that it's very solid to us and to the public that we are deferring any changes so that we never see a 27, 26-day change, even though that's not our plan for it. But I want to make sure it's as solid as possible. I just don't feel comfortable with, we got this, we're going to make sure it's done right. I know we're going to do it right, but I don't think that's the way that we should act. I think we should just make it right from the very get-go. So on items where there is increases to elected officials other than us, I'm going to be requesting that the actions be deferred to impact the Board of Supervisors. That way we don't change this one, we keep moving forward, but the deferral will be requested on those items.
Well, wouldn't it be more appropriate to ask that after we vote on this one? Because if we vote on this one and we don't get a raise,
It doesn't take effect until 30 days later, and then we're going to be talking about giving raises as soon as we approve, those raises are approved.
I got you, okay. So
And
you're talking about
I want to make sure to bridge that gap.
Okay. Okay, I think I know the answer to this, but I'll let someone else fill you in.
Yeah, I don't know if Carol or Anita want to add anything to those comments?
I'm not sure I entirely understand what Supervisor Sabatier
Okay.
is asking.
When will theirs take?
Do you mean to wait and come back to this later in the
Okay,
meeting?
so Carol, if we vote for the other elected officials which are currently attached to ours, when will theirs take
Yes.
effect?
Theirs will take effect with the 12/1 payday, the day they get their 12/1 paycheck. It may be
So-
the second, but anyway,
So All of the ordinances will take effect at the same time.
And payroll has also indicated to us that, that they will honor this for your same paycheck.
I'm sorry to say, but that is incorrect. On the agreements we have, it's from November 1st through October 31st. Their paychecks will show the results of the change. November 1st is when this actually takes effect. Our ordinance would not take effect until
January 1st.
11/26.
Right.
Therefore, there's 26 days where those changes will have incurred. Our plan is to not show those changes, and our paychecks will be the same. But I want what we say and what we do to be exactly the same, not what we're saying actually has a gap in what we're saying, because there's going to be 26 days that we will be impacted by the 60% of the salary increase.
Not if our ordinance takes effect the same time theirs does.
It does not.
Ours
Theirs is not an ordinance. Theirs is a resolution. Yours is an ordinance.
But
I'm sorry,
Ours will
Mr.
take
Chair.
effect 11/26. Theirs will take
Thank you,
effect
Anita.
November 1st.
The easiest way to do this is just simply
Gotcha. Okay.
to defer enforcement of the existing ordinance as to board salaries when you get to these items. So in the period of time when the existing ordinance remains in effect, before this new ordinance that's presented before you today becomes effective, there's no issue. The public sees that the board has no intention of any period of time when you would benefit from any increases to elected officials. So you can just simply move to defer enforcement of the existing ordinance because there is the new ordinance that you're approving, I'm assuming today, will be effective until that new ordinance is effective.
And that will not slow down our process for today.
Not a bit.
Okay. All right, moving through the process again. Any more comments from board members? Okay, seeing no more comments, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Jake, please open up the virtual room. If you have a comment on item 7.3, please do so now. Either
right.
raising your hand. Go ahead.
That request is out. If you'd like to comment, please state your first and last name.
Are you talking to me? Kimberly Ealer, E-H-L.
If you want to make a public comment, please step up to the mic. Are we opening public comment for the board chamber, or are we still in the Zoom room?
We're in the Zoom room at this point, and we'll bring it back. So we don't have anything at this point coming into the Zoom room, so we will close public comment for the Zoom room, and we will bring it to board chambers.
And is this related to the item 7.3?
Yes, item 7.3, consideration of an ordinance amending section 23-3A, 1 of Article Chapter 2 of Lake County Code, compensation of the Board of Supervisors.
I think he was asking the member of the public.
I'm sorry.
Is this related to the compensation for the Board of Supervisors, or is this a
No, it
different
is
comment?
not. It
And
is
so
not.
let's see if we can maybe have a discussion about reopening public comment. Is it based on a specific agenda
Sure,
item?
take your time. Yeah, I put the forms in with the kid in the office, and he said he'd bring them to you.
And
So
is
I'll
it-
just wait.
Is it for a specific agenda item?
Yeah, 2 of them. I don't know about your agenda, man. I mean, does it have to be about the agenda? I thought that I
no.
put the
No.
request on the paper and then come in here,
Yeah.
and you give me 20 minutes.
Wait till you see it. Wait till we look at it. Let's see what she's got first.
Okay.
Sure, and if you want me to leave it with you and come back the next one that you have,
No.
if you need some
No.
time, but I just want you to know that I'm very prepared. I've been writing and for a lot of years on procedures and everything.
We'll just wait till Max brings it over. Just sit
okay.
tight.
We'll,
Yeah, sit
we'll
tight.
make sure, since you're here, that you don't have to come back. So no public comment on item 7.3 in the boardroom.
Okay, and that constituent is looking for public input to be reopened up at some point.
We will look at
Thank
what
you.
Max brings to us to see if it fits within an agenda item or if it needs to be public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this point. We're going to bring it back to the board for action. All right, I'll
Chair,
say it again. Would
Mr.
any board
Chair?
member like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve an ordinance amending section 2-3A.1 of Article 1, Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code, compensation of the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Anita.
I'm sure for the sake of efficiency, this step was neglected, but don't forget that this is a two-step process. The first is to waive reading of the ordinance and to have it read in title only, and then a motion to advance the ordinance 5 days later for the final read.
Thank you, Anita.
So I offer the
All
ordinance.
right, the ordinance has been offered.
Mr. Chair, it can't be offered yet. It has to be, again, a motion to waive reading of the ordinance, having it read in title only, and then that occurs, and then you advance the ordinance by motion 5 days occurs, and then
So I
you
move to
advance.
approve the ordinance read by title only, amending section 2-38.1 of Article 1, Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code.
Second.
Was that correct, Ms.
Motion
Grant?
is,
Close.
Okay.
That was good.
The motion was to waive
Go ahead,
the reading of
Anita.
the ordinance and have it read in title only.
and it was seconded by Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah. So Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon. And then I think I read it. So an ordinance amending section 2-3A.1 of Article 1, Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code, compensation of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. And I also move to bring the second reading of this ordinance to the next meeting at 10/27/2020.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Crandall. Johanna?
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Is his mic on?
Yes, it is, yep.
Okay, thanks. And then Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you, Mac.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move to item 7.4. Consideration of job classification changes based on the October 2019 CPS HR classification and compensation study.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HR Director Pam Samek is going to present this item. And I wanted to check in with you and ask, would you like to, since we're beginning now a series of items that are interrelated, would you like to show the video at this point? Would you like to wait until this item is completed and show the video to introduce the next series of items? Preference.
I thought the timing, what we were going to do was we were going to show the video right now as we got started.
Okay, that would be great. And so Jake has it ready to queue up.
And I'll just preference the video. Myself, Supervisor Sabatier, and also Carol Hutchinson put a video together to talk about, what we're doing today, obviously, and look at the long-term future. So I want to thank all our video staff to help us putting this together. And I want to thank Supervisor Sabatier and Carol Hutchinson and all the rest of admin staff that helped us work through this. Good day. We believe in Lake County. We believe in the strength, imagination, and resilience of Lake County people. And we want to see our communities come together, see people inspired to do something greater. We believe Lake County's future and a better quality of life for all residents is worth investing in. Driving around Lake County, there is a beauty everywhere. It starts with Clear Lake, which is truly a national treasure and a constant reminder of our rich history. We have dramatic landscapes with rolling hills that seem to stretch forever. We have clear night skies that speak endless possibilities. This is not a place to think small. We can't allow hardships and the things we don't have to cloud our vision. We can't just accept the stories that are written about us from the outside. We have to write new stories and work hard to create the future we wish to see. We want to see Lake County household incomes countywide increase. We want to see Lake County residents of all ages getting physically and mentally stronger and healthier. We want to see students at local schools excel and have the opportunities to build their own families and lead successful businesses right here in Lake County.
Our county could only be as healthy as the people that lead it. We need the very best people working to move Lake County forward. That means we're top talent. We all want to see businesses come here and thrive. We want to see our local economy grow year to year. We want our communities to grow safer, cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous. To get there, we have to give people a vision of where we're headed, and we need the right people on board for the long haul to make it happen. We have to get our house in order and make it easier for people to do business here.
In early 2018, 644 county employees responded to a survey, and the results were a clear call to action. 34% indicated that they had applied for a job outside of the county's service in the prior 12 months, and 87% of those were seeking more money. 75% of county employees believe they were underpaid, and fewer than 50% reported that they could afford to go to the doctor when they needed to. At the time, staff vacancy rates were hovering around 25%, and employees with decades of experience were retiring without experienced replacements to fill their roles. Lake County had become a training ground. Many of those with talent left to earn more money in Napa, Sonoma, and Mendocino counties. Standing by and allowing below market wages to continue to threaten our ability to serve you as the public in the best ways possible was simply not an option. Chronic vacancies were clearly stalling our progress. We needed a better way forward.
Anyone who has ever run a business knows turnover is expensive. And anyone who has done business in Lake County in recent years knows it can be frustrating to see new faces every time they visit a county office. The constant need for training takes a financial toll and takes staff time away from critical needs. Despite an unmatched string of compounding disaster events, our board made a commitment to prioritizing and supporting our workforce. Contracting for a classification at a total compensation study in November of 2018.
That study confirmed county job classifications were paid an average of 28% below market value. Some were greater than 60% off the mark. More than 14 months of research and stakeholder involvement led us to the precipice of implementing salary adjustments in March of this year. But we couldn't responsibly go ahead given the uncertainties of COVID-19 pandemic and an unpredictable economy. While COVID-19 has hit many communities really hard in the short term, we now believe we are entering a period of uncommon opportunity for Lake County. With many Californians leaving more densely populated areas, our housing market is very strong, and property tax revenues are expected to rise. Sales tax revenues have been stronger than anticipated, and the cannabis industry is beginning to thrive. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we must be resilient to future threats and challenges and prepare to take advantage of emerging opportunities. That takes leadership, effective local governance, and a strong commitment from county staff. Staff deserve the best possible support from our board.
Today, we stand prepared to take a step forward, one that is necessary to realize our vision. This has been years in the making, and it could not have been possible without the patience and collaboration of our employees, labor representatives, and many others. Pending board approval, starting November 1st, most county classifications will be paid 85% of the October 2019 market median. Management staff will be paid at 80%. We are grateful for the collaboration of those that have engaged in the collective bargaining process, and the one-year agreements on today's agenda represent a meaningful commitment to equitable pay and fiscal responsibility.
Lake County taxpayers deserve county government that runs well. Our board believes in accountability, and that starts with holding ourselves accountable. We ask the same of our department heads, and we ask them to take seriously our goal of providing high-quality services to Lake County residents. More competitive pay will help us retain and build the county government workforce we need to drive positive change in Lake County.
Our action today is about strengthening our communities for the foreseeable future. County employees are your friends, family members, and neighbors. When county staff are paid less than their market value, they have less money to spend at local businesses, they are less able to invest in community organizations and other initiatives. As your elected leaders, we have a need to set the tone. We are a county that values great work and strives for something more than just the status quo.
Reimagining Lake County, building the best possible future, starts with people. We believe in the teams our department heads have already developed and want to retain staff that have worked hard and made personal sacrifices to advance the county priorities. We also want to attract even more talent. To get there, we have to do the right thing and pay as competitively as we can. Thank you to all who believe in Lake County's future. We are committed to digging in and working alongside you every day to create the future we all wish to see. Daryl.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as I indicated, our HR Director Pam Samek will now present item 7.4, which is the beginning of these agenda items that are associated. And so Pam, go ahead. Pam, you are on mute. There she goes.
Good morning, Board. This morning we are asking for consideration of the job classification changes based on the October 2019 CPS HR classification and comp study. As your board is aware, in the course of their work, CPS HR compared salaries and made recommendations to reclassify some of our job classifications. As a part of the Comp and Class study, we did a comprehensive review of all job specifications, which included employee and management input. 825 employees completed description questionnaires as a part of this review. After review with CPS HR, our departments, and the Comp and Class Committee, we are recommending elimination of inactive classifications, retitling, and consolidation of some classes to help us achieve a more accurate and streamlined class structure. Based on that review, we are recommending that 52 classifications be retitled and 30 classifications be abolished because they are no longer in use, are being reclassified, or the salary scales were less than minimum wage. We also modernized our job spec layout and added disaster service designation to all job specs. Many other job specs will remain essentially the same, but will be transitioned to the new format in the coming weeks. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, there are a number of more than 50, in fact, job descriptions that we are recommending some changes to, 52 of them to be exact. And then there are an additional 30 that we're recommending abolish. We didn't intend to go through every single one, but you have them all there attached for your consideration. These changes are necessary to correspond with the salary scales under your consideration today. With your approval, the HR director would initiate, meet, and confer with the labor reps regarding these changes. And the department heads who sit on the classification and compensation committee will also work with us to hear any appeals on the part of employees or their labor reps regarding these classification changes. So we're recommending that you take the actions today, of course, subject to that meet and confer process.
Thank you, Carol. All right. Any questions from board members at this point on this item? Comments? Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to mention that because of the issue of not providing adequate pay or COLA increases throughout the last decade, this is why this cleanup is necessary, because there have been some patching and band-aids being created to help build something that was more adequate for recruitment and retaining staff. And this has been a large cleanup. This resets us as a county for employees, and I think this is a really good step that we needed to take a long time ago, and I sure hope that we don't accidentally fall in the same trap that we were before.
Okay. All right, any other comments from board members at this point? All right, let's go ahead and open it up. We're going to open it up for public comment. Jake, can you please open the room?
Is this public comment for this item?
Yes,
Yes, for this item.
I have a question. Now, are these...
Hold on one second.
He's asking the member of the public, Supervisor Simon.
Okay.
Maybe,
Hi. I was wondering, is this a legal issue? Do voters vote on this? Will this become law in the November election, January 1st? Sounds like you guys are making a lot of changes and a lot of updates. And, you know, I, for one, was just saying the other day, I was appreciating how peaceful and slower pace it is in Lake County and all the beautiful things here. You know, I just moved out of Kentucky. I've been there 2 years in the Commonwealth. And the experience that I have with mental health, addiction recovery, and the education in the municipality is like, this is going to happen to Lake County. I don't think you guys know what you're doing. I think you're selling your soul to the devil for money, and it's going to ruin. I have 4 grandkids here going to Kelseyville. What are they going to do in the future? Shouldn't the agricultural possibilities be filled up by graduating students that want to sustain their communities and live and raise families here? Shouldn't we be focused on that? It's going to get out of hand. That's all I got to say. I got a million things written down, but thank you for the 3 minutes.
are we going to take up public input?
Thank you. I don't think that we got her name. Did she give us her name?
Kimberly Ehler, E-H-L.
Kimberly Ehler, and just real quick, Mr. Chair, just wanted to let you know that her citizens input request form is not related to any agenda item. Just letting you know so that if we can open public comment back up so that she can go ahead and make her statement.
Okay, you know what, we'll attempt to do that right after. Let's work through this agenda item and then we will address that right after 7.4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead with public comment. Go ahead, Lance.
Yes, Lance Williams here, Lake County Cannabis Alliance. Wanted to say thank you. I think this has been a long time coming, and just watching the movie there, it really kind of hits home, and I'm so happy that there's a pay increase. The Lake County Cannabis Alliance had asked for this, because we see it in one department, the CDD, on the 3rd floor, but then seeing it happening all over the county itself and really hearing the stories and from the last budget meeting. So again, we're so thankful that you are going to be raising the wages, and again, please use the cannabis money in any way you deem necessary. Thank you again. It's very exciting to see.
Thank you, Lance.
That is all for public comment here in the boardroom.
Okay, and I didn't see anybody in the virtual room or closed there, so we're going to go ahead and at this time close public comment on this item and bring it back to the board for action. Or conversation.
Mr. Chair, I move, subject to meet and confer, I move to approve changes to 52 classifications as listed above, and subject to meet and confer, abolish 30 classifications as listed above. Should I make those in one motion, or do I need to do them separately, Anita?
You can do them in one.
Okay.
Second.
So moved.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott? Aye. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, board, at this time, I know we have someone in the chambers that would like to have public input. I know they filled out the form. So what I would like to do is go ahead and reopen I apologize, that 7.1.
Do you want to read the item since Moak doesn't have it?
It's just, I don't have it with me, but if Supervisor Sabatier. So our 6.1 item, we're going to go ahead and reopen public input. I do not have Supervisor Sabatier, if you could read the paper.
So I gave the paper away, but it's related to behavioral health and mental health services.
Okay, could you please state your name again, first and last?
Kimberly Rose Ehler, E-H-L-E-R. Okay. Now, do I begin?
Go for it.
Okay. I want to create a sober living house not related to mental health entities of this county. No diversion substance abuse recovery project program encouraging young women to become successful at living sober and sane. The house will become self-sustaining by 1 year. First 3 months paid by partnership or upon the employment of said resident, and they're all expected to pay rent eventually. Women from any and all 30-day inpatient treatment centers, outpatient as well, as long as they follow rules of the houses set forth by existing houses in Kansas and Kentucky. I have prototypes, existing consultants in other states, permission from Ms. Kay Kelly, Heritage Mental Health, Kansas, to teach her 10-week course in restoring hope and trust, a guide to mastering adult and child trauma. Repeat, no medications. I'm willing to live at the house for the first year. It should be a stable, healthy house by that time. I will also live in my home in Lower Blue Lakes, Upper Lake.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And for public comment, we're not allowed to engage in conversation since it has not been placed on the agenda, but we heard you and your comments has been taken. Thank you very much.
Okay, now, do you have another agenda coming up soon? Can we put it on that agenda? I mean, how do I make it an agenda for y'all to consider? I'm really prepared. I've been writing forever. I have a couple more things for you.
I have a suggestion for you, and I hate, obviously, see Supervisor Scott, would you go ahead?
I would like to direct her to Redwood Community Services, and if I could give her that phone number, because they actually have a couple of these already in place.
This is different, ma'am, but I'll try. You got a phone number?
I do.
Okay, well, this is a little different because this is independent, no mental health experience, prototype effective way of recovery and learning. From my experience in other states, that's effective, and it would be real easy to build a recovery company. You know,
What I like to-
so I don't want to just be pushed under the rug because I will come back. I'm relentless, so I need to have some kind of answer today as whether you will consider my request or not.
So we're trying to give you a resource to look to, and also you are, I hate to say this, but good reaching out to your supervisor would probably be best way. I hate to do that, EJ, but I would rather, Tina, if you have a number for her to reach out to.
I do. It's 467-2010.
Okay, so who am I supposed to reach out to besides a bureaucratic?
That would be me.
That doesn't work for you, huh?
I'm your district supervisor. You said you're in Blue Lakes, you
Yeah,
said?
but the house I want, is in Blue Lakes as well, yeah.
So you're in my district, so if you'd like to have a talk like tomorrow, today will probably be full, but tomorrow would be a good time to talk. If you'd like to call me, my number is 707-533-3385.
You can get his card.
All right, thank you. So I'll call you tomorrow. What's a good time to call you?
Anytime's fine.
Okay, what's your name again?
Eddie Crandall.
Eddie. Okay, I'm Kim. Eddie. Now, where's the card of Eddie?
Right out the door.
He's going to get it. He's
And
usually up.
Sam
He's
will be
usually
right
up by
back.
3 a.m. too.
I got one more, but I'll save it for next time. Okay. All right. It's about a park and we're like.
So we, all right. Is there any? So public input is open. Obviously, I know she was able to make that. Do we have anyone else who would like to do public input that's currently in the board chambers?
There is no one else left in the board chambers.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public input now, that item, and we are going to move to our 7.5 item. Consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Deputy Sheriff's Office Association units and the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So late yesterday, your bargaining team was notified of a change in representation for this unit, and we're advised that they are not agreeable to this memorandum of understanding as written today. So we're recommending your board not take action on this one today.
Okay. All right, so we will just, any comments from the board at this point? All right, seeing no comments. Even though it's on the agenda, so we still, I think, have to open it up for public input. And so we'll go ahead and open this item up for public input. Okay, hearing none, is there any public input in the board chambers?
There's no public in the chambers here. Just real quick, wanted to check in. The gentleman that tried speaking on the behalf of this item is no longer here?
I think I just saw.
So,
Go ahead, Jake.
I tried to contact him and it looks like he dropped out of the Zoom meeting right there. So he's no longer with us.
And I have a quick question. Is this the group that was represented by Mr. Drury before?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so therefore he is no longer the representative and a new representative?
Yes, we're told that they have both a new president, which was what Mr. Drury was, and then also a new labor rep as well. We just learned this yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we've closed public comment. There's going to be no action at this time on item 7.5. So we move through that item. That will be re-agendized at a different time. Carol?
Yes.
Potentially? Yeah, thank you. All right, we will move then to item 7.6. consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Employees Association Units 3, 4, and 5 in the County of Lake for October 21, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you know, the Lake County Employees Association is your largest labor group representing the largest number of employees. And given the short timing in getting all this agendized for your board today, with the hope that our payroll department can make this all happen for the first paycheck in December, not all of our unions were able to vote to ratify these agreements. And so this one is pending ratification by the Lake County Employees Association, although we've certainly been in talks and have every indication that hopefully this will move forward. So this MOU would implement the October 2019 class and comp study at 85% of the market median, which means that the wages for the classifications covered under this MOU are paid at 85% of the midpoint for the 12 comparison counties. Those include small counties of comparable size, as well as neighboring counties with which we directly compete for talent. The 12 counties are Calaveras, Colusa, Glenn, Humboldt, Mendocino, Napa, Nevada, Sonoma, Sutter, Tehama, Yolo, and Yuba. As you also well know, this is the first study of this kind completed for Lake County since 2003. There is an exception here for the licensed nursing positions covered under this MOU, as you will see in the salary table that is attached. For those positions, the study will be implemented, if you approve it anyway, it will be implemented at 90% of market median. Nursing positions have long been particularly hard to fill, and that is primarily because our local hospitals and healthcare providers pay substantially more than the county is able to pay nurses, and we compete for the same talent pool. This MOU replaces the 12-step salary system we have had in place for a few years, and goes back to the traditional 5-step system, and it restores longevity pay for continuous service at 5-year intervals. So it's a net neutral as far as employees are concerned. So those that are currently on steps above 6 will get the equivalent number of longevity steps. The 5-step system is more common in the labor market, and as I said, what we used to use here. There are no other changes to the pre-existing terms and conditions for these employees. These employees in particular have requested a reopener, meaning that we were agreeable to going back to the table with them quickly because they want to talk about some salary compaction issues. And so we're happy to have that conversation. And I wanted to call your attention to the fact that they're in the salary grade table, the salary table that you had attached to this MOU, we are missing the class codes for a couple of positions, and we do have a final table that we would like to insert if this is approved. And the two that we were missing were the class codes for Information Systems Analyst 3 and Information Systems Analyst Senior.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. Any questions or comments from the board members? Supervisor Sabatier?
So two things. One, I wanted to kind of clarify, and it may have been clarified earlier, but when we're saying the market average or the market median, we're not talking about private hospitals or even our normal nonprofit hospitals who do have a much higher pay. This is in comparison to other public agencies similar to the County of Lake. So we're definitely not looking at that level of an increase. We're looking at comparables to us, not things that are outside of our reach and outside of our scope. Just wanted to make sure that that was out there. Also, this is the second item that we're not going to be able to move forward on because of the fact that this is still tentative. I know that it was important to get this all finalized, and I recognize that it takes a lot of work to get this to us, especially this level of amount of information to be processed and whatnot. But I'm hopeful that if there can be an agreement, whether that's tomorrow or Thursday, that we can maybe do a special meeting to look at the last ones so that we can still get this to our auditor controller's office in a timely way rather than having to wait another 7 days. Just putting that out there that I am available for that possibility.
Mr. Chair, staff is actually recommending that your board go ahead and take action pending ratification of the Lake County Employees Association, which we're anticipating getting. If they didn't ratify, then your action wouldn't move this forward. The pay period starts tomorrow that this is intended for.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Anita.
If you're going to do that, then in line with what Carol's saying to you, you should clearly make your approval conditioned upon approval by the bargaining units, and whether you want to put a time limit on that or an effective date for the agreement itself to avoid a prolonged period of time before this is resolved.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Anita. So when we bring it back for action, obviously, whoever's going to make the motion, please take that in consideration. And I would think a reasonable time frame would be, by our next board meeting. But there can be more discussion as we're moving forward through this item. Okay, any more questions or comments? At this point, clarification, we are going to move forward with that, hopefully move forward with action on this item. Go ahead, Supervisor Scott.
My question is, if this starts tomorrow, wouldn't we have to ratify by tomorrow then? That would be the cutoff date, or is it going to be retroactive?
Well, there is no retroactivity from payroll's perspective. We are hopeful that LCEA is ratifying ASAP. In fact, our chief negotiator indicated that might take place before we're even having this discussion today. So I think it would be very reasonable to set a relatively short timeline for them, and payroll indicates that they are going to work with us on this.
Thank you.
Basically, we went back and counted. We had 22 work days to prepare all of these agreements and get ready for this agenda date. And there were just many, many moving parts to all of this.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Sabatier.
A part of me is slightly uncomfortable here without having a signature from. Is there any way to postpone this today and pick it up again later today and see if there's a signature? Because most of this is all closed door session because of the fact that it's negotiations. But for us to agree on something that they haven't agreed on, and for us to bring it to the public and make a decision, just feels like negotiation in public. And I'd be much more comfortable if we postpone this till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. They've gotten a signature on what you say they're already doing right now so that we can just finalize this. I feel slightly uncomfortable.
All right, Supervisor Sabatier, thank you for your comments, your stance on this. Any other board members?
I'd just like to hear an answer to that. He asked a question, and I don't think it was rhetoric.
And so while that question was being asked, I reached out to our chief negotiator, who advises that they agreed to take it to their group this week. So I think if you approved with the assurance that you have it in place by your next meeting, I think that would be a reasonable timeline. They haven't voted, but this group has been very positive and has worked very well with our labor rep. Our chief negotiator.
I'm okay either way, but I do want to, I want to support what Bruno's questions are because it's highly unusual the way we're doing this. And I get it. I get why. But there is a comfort zone that we're crossing over out of into another zone because of the way we're doing it. And I trust staff and certainly, Anita would weigh in if we were doing something inappropriate, but I haven't heard that. So I feel, comfortable with moving forward, although be it very unusual from what we've done.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Anita, go ahead.
It's because of that, I think you're at cross purposes wanting to move this forward for everybody and at the same time adhere to your standard practice. That's why your board's approval would have to be conditioned upon union approval, a time frame set, and the effective date made very clear, because you wouldn't want a prolonged discussion to be rewarded in the same way as those who are ready. And if it's going to be until sometime this week, your board could always put it back on Tuesday for ratification with your approval still standing. So,
Anita,
it is unusual, but with the proper conditions, you may feel comfortable enough to go forward.
So, Anita, this
is your decision, obviously.
My comfort level became even less comfortable after we took the last item off. Item 7.5, because what would have been the difference of doing that too? Just put it on, approve it, pending their ratification. But we chose to pull that off for I'm assuming a good reason, but it's the same reason that Bruno's asking for this one to be asking the questions he's asking. Is that correct?
Supervisor Brown, the difference is that LCDSA has indicated they do not agree with that, with what was proposed. This group, at least their labor representatives, the folks at the bargaining table, have indicated they have reached tentative agreement.
Okay, and fair enough, but and I don't want to go into an area that I shouldn't be in public because it is negotiations, even though transparency is important. But as of yesterday, we were told that last unit also agreed to it. So
that's correct.
Okay, so what's to say that this unit isn't feeling the same way? That's all I'm asking. I don't have any assurances there. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we communicated with them yesterday, but we were surprised that the other unit changed, and in fact, there's another one today that you're going to get to a little later that has also pushed back. So your points are well taken. Mr. Chair, if you could allow us a short break, it would give me an opportunity. I think it would be important that I communicate with the payroll department to assess their thoughts on how this can all work, if it does, and still be payable with that 1st of December paycheck. Okay,
all right, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:47. So let's take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, my Wi-Fi kicked me off, but I found the problem.
that was perfect. You're back. Perfect timing. So we're going to go ahead and probably someone else using the internet trying to go to school or something. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Carol, are you here?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Are you ready for me to restart?
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you. I've spent the majority of the break on the phone with our auditor controller regarding payroll and what is possible. And it's our recommendation that your board go ahead and consider these approvals pending ratification by the units that have not voted yet, but the ratification would have to take place by your next board meeting. If that can be done that way, payroll is still able to support these changes, which we intend to start with the pay period for hourly staff. The pay period starts tomorrow. If ratification is not achieved by next Tuesday, then the pay raises would not be able to go into effect until some unknown date in 2021. And the reason for that is the auditor's office has many, many additional calendar year-end tasks that it must do. And so there's a small window of opportunity to do this, hence our bringing this forward to you on a fast track. And with every intention of having it be effective with this pay period that starts tomorrow, or for management employees that starts November 1st. So again, for the ones that that still need to vote, the recommendation is that your board go ahead and approve pending ratification no later than your next board meeting, and we'll continue these agenda items for next week as well, so we can confirm that that has taken place.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yes, thank you. If things are approved on Monday, would that be good enough for the Auditor Controller's office? Because you said before next Tuesday.
The Auditor Controller's office told me by Tuesday. So I think she's counting Tuesday.
So even if we said, let's postpone till Tuesday, I'm struggling with the overall big picture at this moment in time. Again, I understand that there was this was meant to be somewhat fast track to get the pay approved by a certain time period, but I think that unfortunately some of it, because of the excessive amount of work needed to make all this happen, went off the track, and I'm concerned as to how that is going to impact the decision making that needs to happen. And
All right, Supervisor Sabatier. Supervisor Brown?
Do we have any of these that are coming up that are ready to move on? That the employee, that they've signed it, they're ready to go?
Yes, for DDA, Deputy District Attorney Association, theirs is signed and ready to go. For Sheriff Management and LCSEA, we have tentative agreements.
I think we should, right now, while we give it some thought, I think we should do the ones that we have approval on both sides. That'll give us a little bit of time to think about our next course of action. This thing's getting exceedingly uncomfortable.
All right, thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Rob. We are on item 7.6 at this point. We kind of open that up. I know there's general discussion across the board. Obviously, tentative agreement, obviously it would be better. Obviously, we had these things signed, but I know that Anita did walk us through a process, would give us an opportunity to move forward with those that have at least indicated a tentative agreement, and then could be ratified by next Tuesday, but ultimately it is up to the board whether or not we want to move forward with those. And so at this time, I'd just like to hear from the other board members. Supervisor Scott?
So I agree. I think we need to be moving on the ones that have all their paperwork in order. My question is, because a lot of these departments share the same titles, are we able to even start moving on changing the payroll if we do approve some of them and not approve others? Because I know that they were concerned about having to change things. Is that possible? If we were to move on the ones that are ratified and ready to go, are they able to start working on that? Or will they have to wait till next Tuesday till we approve or not approve these?
So your question is, will payroll be able to start? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, will they be able to start, if we do approve some of these, will they be able to start working on these, or will they have to wait for us to approve all of them? Because they do, I guess some departments share the same classifications, and I know that was part of the issues changing the amounts.
Payroll, it's my understanding that payroll that will be doing this by labor group. So, you also have at least one group and another one I'll tell you about later that isn't agreeable at all. And so payroll is able to act on the ones that are agreeable and not act on the ones that are not.
So I think we need to be approving the ones that are ready to go and hold off on those that are not.
And so we can certainly do it that way if that is your preference. And as we discuss each one, though, we need to make sure that each group understands that if we're not able to act on this next week, it will put it out into sometime unknown time in 2021.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to make that very clear. I agree with you on that one. So at this point, what I've heard, a majority of the board would like to move forward with approving the ones that we do have in place at this point, or 3 that have that concern. So at this point, then that looks like what we'll be doing. So obviously at this time, the consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Employees Association is not completed at this point. Carol, if you could work with me through these next agenda items, like, let's see, we're going to go ahead and move on to item.
So, Mr. Chair, just before you do, can we?
Yes.
That's 7.6, which is the LCEA MOU 3, 4, and 5. We're continuing that to next week, the 27th. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so I will make sure our chief negotiator reaches out to theirs to let them know that we'll need a vote before that day if this is to take effect with the January 21st pay period.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So can we work through the rest of these? I think, let's see here. Are we going to, 7.7.
Okay, did you want to introduce it first?
Yes, 7.7, consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Safety Employees Association and the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
And so this group, we do have a tentative agreement. They have not yet voted, so this one was also pending ratification. If you wish to continue it to the 27th, the same conditions would apply.
At this point, I guess clarification from Anita, do we need to do a motion to carry these things forward or just consensus?
You can do it either way, Mr. Chair. In terms of how you do this and how many you're putting over and why you're putting them over, you're almost out of bargaining units, so you'll have to decide with the unrepresented people how you're going to move forward with those two. But yes, you can just by consensus or again by motion continue them. I know a point was raised about continuing them to a time certain. You can consider that as well if you do it by motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Sabatier.
I think because of our timeline that we should do a motion, which makes more of a specific request that they need to be done with their process by a certain date. That way it creates a hard deadline.
It includes direction, yeah.
I think that's the better way to go.
All right, so what I'll do then obviously is ask, what we'd be looking to do then, clarification, Carol, on ones that we have agreements for and we're ready to move forward with. And if we could do a motion to move the ones that we have tentative agreement with to a time certain, which would hopefully be next week in a motion standard.
And so if that's your board's pleasure, the only one you would act on today is 7.9.
Well, at this point, I know we have 3, we have a consensus, at least 3 of the board members that they would like to move that, and that's the direction we're moving. And so Just want to make sure that, in time's sake here, we got other items we got to get taken care of, and I'd like to entertain a motion. So the question, Anita, would be, can we do one motion for each one, or should we go through each item, do a separate motion, and move that to a time certain, which would be next week?
If you want to do these by one motion, I would still call out each bargaining unit individually so it's clear which ones are continuing. But I think you can likely do that by one motion, since it's simply in order to allow them all the amount of time, additional time, to make their decision. So you have a common issue among these groups.
So, Mr. Chair, I should also clarify that you can act today on your unrepresented groups, which is confidential A, B, and management.
Okay. All right. Let's, very interesting. So let's go ahead and obviously what we'd like to do, and what I've heard from the board on consensus, is if we can have someone make a motion, if we clarify that motion, or help anybody who's going to make that motion to move the items that we have tentative agreement to next week. I do know, as you spoke earlier, there would be another unit that is clearly not in the same position as tentative agreement. We have two of those today. I know the LCDSA, we already talked about that. And the other one, I don't think has been clarified at this point. There is no reason to move that to a date certain, correct?
Okay. I have a question.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Can Ms. Hutchinson let us know specifically which, because there's about 10 items, which specifically would be something that could be agreed upon today based on our conversation thus far?
Well, it was staff's hope that you would ratify them all in concept today, as as an indicator to employees that you are behind this. And then, of course, if they don't pass their votes by next Tuesday, have your action go away. But the one agreement that is absolutely signed by the labor group is the LCDDA agreement, and then the unrepresented groups don't sign their agreements. They're resolutions that your board approves.
So to keep this thing moving along, obviously, want to make sure we've got an appetite. Supervisor Scott, did you have a comment?
I would just have to say that us moving forward with 7.9, 7.11, 7.12, 7.13 flags, that we are ready to move forward with these raises, eliminating any doubt that we are on board to do this.
Yeah, I think that, I'm in agreement with that. Obviously, if they were signed today, we would have been ready to move forward. At this time, when we had the conversation, at least 3 board members would obviously brought up concern, which is well warranted, that, if it was completed, it would have been done today. So we're having that conversation now, and we do want to send a message. The ones that we can complete today, we should complete, hopefully, and we'll move the others to be completed next week, hopefully. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I'm going to really upset and tip the boat over here. I would like to request that we push this all till next week, because I am not comfortable with pushing through management and not touching our employees. They have an extra set of red tape because they're part of a union. The others are not. The only one is LCDDA. I'm actually willing to move forward on that one, but this is about a team effort. We're trying to change something for our team, not for specific individuals, which is why we looked at the entire county and not specific departments or specific areas of need. And I'm very uncomfortable knowing that some of our management are going to see very large increases, and some of these employees are seeing Y-rated situations, and that we're only going to be leaving today with management potentially getting that approval. And it needs to be the team. We are all in this together. not one at a time and separating up. And I know that it creates a huge wrench in the wheel, but at the same time, let's admit we're not ready. And I just feel awkward that this was meant to be a team effort to put this in the way that it is, but it's not working out. I'm uncomfortable with our level of conversation of things that need to still be behind closed doors, and I'm uncomfortable about the separation of now management and employees being that situation. I think that I cannot move forward on this week. It's not organized to the point where I feel comfortable.
Thank you for your comments.
And
I
just
know
to repeat,
that,
this is a positive thing. You heard my message on the video, but this is not the way it was supposed to be brought to us. And I get it. It was fast tracked, but it obviously is not put together in a way that it was needed to be put together.
Well, as we all know, meetings and things usually don't go exactly as we have them scripted, or at least on the agenda. I know that the intention was to get through what we could today. There are things that can be moved forward today, and obviously we talk about small steps. I think there's an opportunity to take some steps forward, and obviously not in the complete picture like we wanted, but there's an opportunity to take some steps forward and then hopefully continue and finalize next week. But ultimately, that's up to the board. It's been very clearly stated what we think we could move forward with today, and we could hold off on the ones that aren't as clear. But ultimately, that is up to the board as we're having these discussions right now. And we are talking about, trying not to talk about multiple items, but we are currently on our 7.7 item.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
I'm going to ask a question of Anita here. So in order for it to be qualified as an extra, it has to be information that came up after the posting of the agenda and needs to be dealt with before the next available agenda. Would this qualify if we were to go into closed session? We're having conversation right now that no board should ever have. There's some stuff that I really don't think that, it may be legal, but it's not right. It's not right. And we need to have this discussion. We need to have this in order because, for a lot of reasons anyway, I'm going to ask that question first. Do you think, since we had this thing on the agenda, it was going to move forward, now all these issues are coming up, so I think that qualifies as, issues that are coming up after the posting of the agenda. It wasn't on as a closed session item, but I really think that we should be going into closed session to have this discussion, especially if we're going to deal with it before the next available agenda. And I want to add to that because I don't care if we're dealing with management. I don't care if we're dealing with confidential people that don't have a bargaining unit. They are still our employees, and I agree with Bruno to an extent that this is a team effort. But just because one team member breaks its leg doesn't mean the entire team quits playing. And so we've got employees who have acted in good faith. They've gone along. This fast track is definitely it's subjective term because I can guarantee you there's a lot of employees out there that think that this thing hasn't gone fast enough. And so I'm not going to punish management or confidential or anything intentionally just because other units aren't ready. And I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm just saying they're not ready. And so, but some of this discussion I think we need to have in closed session.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Anita.
Thank you. Well, first you're going to have to define the closed session item, who it's going to be about, and for negotiations. But first and foremost, you have to make the ground. So you'd have to point to and clarify the information that has occurred since the posting of the agenda. And I'm not sure how much of it wasn't available at the time of posting and how much is new information. So you'd have to clarify that to make sure that you have the grounds for the extra. And then also state why it needs to be taken up before next Tuesday, when it could also be on closed session. But yes, you can. The devil's always in the details in terms of making the evidentiary case. So that would be up to you.
Well, in all fairness, I don't have the ability to just stay right now that it is that it does qualify. So I'm not going to try to stretch it. If it is, I think it needs to be in closed session, and maybe it does need to be dealt with next Tuesday. But I still think we need to have a closed session item regarding this, regardless of whether it's an extra or next week. Again, I'm not laying blame on anybody. You know, we all thought, I think everybody thought that this thing was ready to go. Even the units, I'm sure they're sitting there probably watching this going, damn, we thought this thing was going to happen, even though we didn't sign the paperwork. There are employees that were thinking that. That's obviously not the case for every employee, but since the way this conversation has gone over the last hour or so, we're not ready. We're not ready to act on a lot of these, but I'm having a little difficulty that we're not going to act on all of them because a couple of them aren't ready, or a few of them aren't ready. So your point's taken. Maybe it doesn't qualify as an extra. If we have to stretch it to be qualified for an extra, I don't want to do that. So.
And if I may, I think the only part that I'm struggling, and I agree, I'd love to have a closed session conversation about it, but I think the only part I'm struggling on is that it has to be dealt with before next Tuesday.
Before next Tuesday's agenda,
right?
Open agenda. We could do closed session first.
And again, I'm willing to do a special meeting if we're allowed to take this on in a special meeting, but I'm not sure if that is allowed.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a solution also, sir.
Yeah. Well, as the discussion has evolved, obviously, to get everybody in a comfortable position, what has been stated today is, I know it is a tentative agreement, but there is an opportunity for the board to move forward with what we have on here, besides the one that obviously we are in complete disagreement with. There is an opportunity for us to take this, and we've had this conversation, to get it to a point where we could move forward with the tentative agreement, and then it would be ratified by next Tuesday. So I know it's not the most comfortable position to be in, and, but board members have, said that they would like to move forward, at least 3, for some of the units that just have tentative agreement. And ultimately tentative agreement is not an approval, but as just some of the comments that were made today is, most folks thought we'd be able to move through this process and, at least take a step forward to look at ratification at a later date. So anyway, just want to clarify that where, the statement saying, yes, it's not wrapped up in a perfect bow to move forward, but there is an opportunity for the board to move forward today. Just getting individual board members and, comfortable. And it's easier to do it when it's signed and completed. Absolutely. So just, wanted to clarify, there is a path forward, one way or the other.
And from what I heard from Anita from County Council is that if we were to move forward, even with the ones that aren't signed and they weren't ratified, we would have to come back to the table next week anyhow.
Yes.
Anita, could you propose that again, what you said earlier?
For those bargaining units where the county negotiators have received clear tentative approval pending only a vote, your board could approve these agreements for such units, subject to and conditioned upon approval by the bargaining unit, formal approval by X date. And you should also make it very clear the effective date for these benefits, because again, the passage of time, you don't want these things to prolong. It's unfair to the other unit. So you do want to make sure that you can move these forward. But you can do that. I think that you'd still want to bring them all back on next Tuesday to at least acknowledge the fact that those things have happened and then to formally ratify. It won't change anything. Your board will have approved, but when you approve subject to a condition, you do want to make sure that the condition occurs and that it occurs in the way that your board intended it.
And so to follow up on that, Mr. Chair, so you have 6 represented groups. Three have tentative agreement or in the case of DDA, they've actually signed. So DDA, SMA, and Unit 10, which is LCSEA, could be acted on based on what Anita just described. The Correctional Officers Association and the Deputy Sheriff Association have already communicated that they don't agree. So that is off the table for the time being. And 4 and 5 is the only unit that, that is sort of out of that realm that Anita just described. So you do have the...
Without tentative approval, I think it would be extremely unusual to go forward.
And their labor rep now tells me they do not have tentative agreement yet. So that's why I was recommending action on the 3, Deputy District Attorneys Association, Sheriff Management, and safety employees.
Okay, just wanted to go through that clarification one more time for board members to see whether or not we could get a consensus to move forward with the ones that we can today.
I'm fine with moving with the ones we can today.
I am too, and I do want, just real quick, you said you worked on this for 22 days. We've been working on this thing for weeks. We've had negotiations ever since before March, and we stopped it because of the uncertainty of what was going on in March, but that didn't stop negotiations. That didn't stop input from each of these units. So it's not like this is just being brought up and thrust in front of them. So I just want, there may be some fast tracking that has gone in the process, but the entire process has actually gone a pretty lengthy course, including the comp and class study to begin with.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Okay, I don't know if we, basically rehashing the conversation to see if we're able to move forward. Today, I know that at one point we had got to a point during the discussion where 3 of us wanted to, kind of move things forward and put them off for today. But really, if we can continue the conversation and get something done and completed, and the ones that we can today, even with tentative agreement, I'd like to see if we could get, a consensus or an agreement from the board on that. I know myself and Eddie have spoken up that we'd like to move forward with everything that we can today. And Supervisor Scott?
I would only feel comfortable moving forward with the ones that are complete and signed.
Okay. Well, that sounds like, so when you say complete and signed, that does include the management and stuff, the resolutions that can be completed, the other units that are ready to move forward.
Yes.
Does that include tentative? That's what I'm wondering.
No.
Okay, so even if they're tentative, you don't want to move forward?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we're still kind of in the same spot. At this point, the ones that are completed, we can move forward with, and the other items that we do not complete today, we will move to next week. So to reopen, obviously, at this point, we're going to go ahead, and what I would like to do, obviously, Anita, you said we can make a motion for the ones we're not going to approve, and we need to do them individually. So we're going to have to go leave this item and go back to item 7.6, and we will need a motion to move that to a time certain, which would be hopefully next week's meeting.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and so far the agenda next week appears to have a lot of room on it. And if you're wanting to set a time, I would suggest 9:30 a.m.
Okay, So we're going to go back and readdress item 7.6, consideration of understanding by and between the Lake County Employees Association Units 3, 4, and 5 and the County of Lake, October 21, 20 through October 20th, 2021. So at this time, any more discussion from the board? I think we have a clear path forward, but Anita, will I still, since we are moving the item, will we need to do public input? Anita?
Probably, since it's on the agenda.
Yes, you will. I'm sorry. I have two mute buttons. I keep forgetting the one.
Just wanted to clarify. So, all right.
I think it's because
Okay,
I'm
Anita-
an attorney, I get two mute buttons.
Anita, if you have an extra mute button, could we borrow it for Bruno?
So we, all right, so at this point, item 7.6, we're going to go ahead, we're going to open it up to public input. Jake, if you could please open the room.
Yes, I will open up the Zoom room. I've sent out a request. If you would like to comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none. Do we have anyone in the board chambers who would like to make public comment?
It does not appear that we have any public comment in the chambers.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and close public comment, bring back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes,
So
Supervisor
we're taking action on item 7.6 by making a motion to continue at the next meeting. Are we doing the same for 7.5 to let them know that we'd like to get a final say on that as well? Because we did not.
That was not staff's recommendation. I think there are other issues with that one that we don't have reason to believe that one is close to agreement.
Yeah, that was my understanding also. If there's a disagreement, then it's going to take more time.
Okay. Well, with that, I move to continue item 7.6, the consideration of memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Employees Association Units 3, 4, and 5 and the County of Lake to be moved to next week's meeting on October 27th, 2020.
At 9:30 a.m.
At 9:30 a.m. Thank you.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Joanna, please.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, the vote was there, I'm sure, but is there a reason? I didn't understand what you didn't want to continue.
Yeah, I've kind of made my point very clear. I thought we had an opportunity to move forward with this today with the tentative agreement.
Oh, okay, so you wanted to do it right now? I got you.
Yeah, so my no vote was, I would like to take care of it today, so.
I got you.
Thank you for all, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, we'll go ahead and move to item 7.7, consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Safety Employees Association and the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So the safety employees represent largely your probation officers, and it's all the same terms and conditions in each of the MOUs. I mean, they have some different terms, but what is changing for the units is the same. And this is a unit where we do have tentative agreement, and so your board has the option to approve pending their ratification in the manner Anita has described, or continuing to the 27th.
Okay, obviously, I will go ahead and ask if there's any comment from the board at this point. I know there was a consensus that we would move these ones that we do not have final agreement on, so I will ask it. Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
So moving ahead with contracts with tentative agreement is not unusual. We've done that before. I just wanted to share that with board members as far as precedent and that type of thing, because we've done that, and I have no problem with doing that. Because if I'm sure they're online watching this right now. If they want to speak up and say no, we also don't want to move forward, they would.
Okay. Thank you for
So
your.
with that said, then, Mr. Chair, it's would be staff's recommendation that you do just that.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
And while I understand that it's a tentative agreement, I think that even we make decisions that our public may not agree with. And I think that it's necessary to get a vote prior to bringing these to the board, or else we're just making assumptions. And I think since these are negotiated in the back, in closed doors, that we need to make sure that they're finalized prior to coming to us. And so I would move to continue it once we get public comment.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. Yeah, Supervisor Scott.
Just that I agree. I think we need to be moving this till next Tuesday.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment at this point. Jake, if you could open the room.
Yes, I will open up the Zoom room. I've sent out unmute requests. If you'd like to comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay. Jake, go and close the room. Do we have any public comment in the board chambers?
No public comment in the board chambers.
I do have a question before the motion. Yeah, I do have a question before a motion is made. So, and I hear you, I understand it, but is the board prepared to change its past practice and policy to not approve any tentative agreement until it's signed? Because that's what we're doing here. We're changing policy, and these employees, I'm not hearing from anybody in this unit saying, no, wait. They've acted in good faith. This is standard practice that we've done, but I just want to know, is this the board's consideration of changing the past policy and practice? Or is it just this time?
I appreciate that question. At this point, for myself, for a board member here at the Lake County Board, no, it has been done in the past. From my understanding, we were able to move forward with tentative agreement. Yes, it is not signed, but that is not my intention.
On this item, since there was tentative agreement, I heard from Anita how we can. So I was fine with moving forward on that as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Anita.
There was tentative agreement, I believe, on more than just this one. But I refer back to Carol. Okay, so if you're going to approve on tentative agreement here, I'd recommend you go back and do so on the others, because otherwise it seems
it's the ones coming up, Anita, the ones they haven't addressed yet.
Okay, when you have tentative, then yes, you can move forward. And I would tell you that yes, your board can certainly approve with tentative agreement subject to conditions. Whether you do or not is not going to establish it's not going to change past practice, because you do it in a variety of ways. So the only past practice is you may, not that you must. But it's certainly something, again, that you can do under the conditions that I outlined, and that's completely up to you.
Well, the only reason I brought that up, Anita, I appreciate that. And the only reason I brought it up is that there's a lot of emphasis put on not having somebody's signature on the agreement, and that's not the way we've operated in the past. In fact, I can't remember one single time where we denied a contract that came before the board that had tentative agreement because there was no ink on the paper. We have a negotiating team. They've acted in good faith, and the employees have they've considered everything. They've moved forward. Yeah, everybody wants to get more money, but they've understood that no, this is what we have, and they accept it. So I think, on behalf of them, I think we need to respect that process and respect their word that they have tentative agreement. Nothing's going to take place until the ink is on there, but I think, it's worked for us in the past, and I think we should continue that same process.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Scott?
So my question is, then we moved 7.6 because we had pending ratification. What's the difference between pending ratification and?
The difference for 7.6 is that LCEA has not reached tentative agreement yet, whereas LCSEA has. That's the difference.
Can you explain the difference between?
Tentative agreement means that the bargaining reps have indicated their support for this and anticipate that the vote will pass.
But didn't we have that also by yesterday from 7.5?
No, yesterday it was communicated to us that 7.5 did not agree.
No, but before that, we thought we had that with 7.5.
Yes.
We did.
We thought we had it for all of them.
Yes, yeah, I think that's where I'm just a little concerned that we thought we had them, and that's why we put them on the agenda, and now they're rethinking it.
Well, I think when we have the tentative agreement and we move forward with it, obviously it isn't ratified until it is signed and completed, and that's where Anita clarified on the motion. If we give them opportunity to make that decision and they decide differently between now and next week, then ultimately, that's what we'll deal with as we move forward. So giving us the path forward, I think, to take care of what we can today, I think gives us a really good opportunity, once again, to just take one more small step forward to getting this completed.
I have a question.
Okay. Yeah, Supervisor Sabatier.
We've said this in the past, and I believe it to be fact, that the actions we're looking to take today, and again, looking at the entire agenda as a whole, not specific items, is somewhat of a historic, unprecedented moment in the County of Lake. And if we're looking at changes of hours or changes of how do you deal with grievances, or how do you deal with vacation time? I mean, those are small things that maybe a tentative agreement would be an approvable thing, but this is an unprecedented moment, one of the most important decisions we're going to make that we believe will make change for so many different things. I think that, in my opinion, in the art of negotiation, our approval is still a part of the negotiation while it's not been signed by them. And we are making a statement in the public while it's not completed in the background. And this is why I would prefer that we wait and make sure that we have those signatures. And I think that the specific content of what we're approving does make a difference on whether we want to go with a tentative agreement or not. But this is way too large of a situation for us to just move forward because a rep who happens to be getting a raise versus the people that they represent that might be Y-rated is vastly different in comparison to what does that unit actually say. And so I don't want us to depend on an individual versus let's get what that group says. And if we have to wait, we have to wait. It is what it is, but I just feel uncomfortable because, again, the conversation to me dabbles a little too far on the backside of the negotiations, and it says a lot.
Appreciate your comments, Supervisor Sabatier. I know that, obviously, folks work very hard on this. I know we're a tentative agreement. Obviously, yes, once again, like I stated, signed is perfect, but has been done in the past at the board level where a tentative agreement gives you an opportunity to move forward. We've been given a path to do that today, and I believe that we should be able to do that today. I know if there's a motion made in that effect, I will be voting in favor of that. Supervisor Crandall?
So just for clarification, if there is, if we pass a tentative agreement and the group does not vote, we're still back at the board and we're still coming back next week anyhow.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm still fine with it.
Okay. All right, we're going to go, we've been talking so long here. Vice Chair, did we already do public comment? I think we did, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, sorry about that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring back for action. Would someone like to move forward? I don't know, Supervisor Crandall, if
I'll
you're
move.
prepared.
So with the condition of approval upon the bargaining unit, which is LCSEA in the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20th, 2021, within the next time frame of next week, the effective date being, that's the other thing, the effective date being
October 27th.
October 27th. I motion to approve the agreement.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Anita.
may I clarify just to say that then what you're moving is that this approval is conditioned upon actual formal approval by this bargaining unit by next Tuesday, the 27th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, what I'll do is I'll ask if there is a second to this motion.
I did second, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Motion and a second. Johanna, can you please do the roll call?
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm going to abstain as I feel that my no vote or yes vote would be adding to negotiations.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
I will also abstain.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move to item 7.8, consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Correctional Officers Association's units and the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is one there is definitely no action to take. This group advised us this morning that they do not agree.
Okay. Any more questions or comments from the board level? Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open this up for public comment. Jake, can you please open the room for public comment?
Yes, I will open up the room for public comment. I have sent an unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board chambers. Do we have any public comment in board chambers?
No public comment in the board chambers.
All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment at this point, bring it back to the board. At this point, there's no action to be taken on item 7.8, and this will be returned to us through through admin here.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, Jake.
So I did have someone drop in at just a moment before you open public comment that I think was interested in speaking, but I don't see a mic enabled for them. So I did want to see if we could pause for a moment to see if they wanted to speak. I have dialogue out.
Yeah.
I'm awaiting confirmation here.
All right, Jake, obviously we're trying.
Jake, that was the individual that wished to speak to the LCDSA MOU, so the chair would need to reopen that one, which he certainly may want to.
That is correct.
Okay, so that is not for this item. So let's close this item, and then we'll bring it back to the board. There's no public comment. We've closed item 7.8.
Do you need a motion to reopen
There's
that
no
up?
known date when this one will come back to you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much.
And figure that out.
All right, so let's go back to item 7.5. Is that the one we're talking about?
Do we need a motion to open it back up?
Yeah, confirm that,
Well,
Nita.
if you do, if he has connectivity. Let's see if he
I
does.
move
So we'll ask the
I
board, are
move
we
to open up
interested in
7.5.
item? All right, there's a motion,
I'll second.
seconded by Supervisor Crandall.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon. And was Supervisor Brown the one that made the motion?
No, Supervisor Sabatier.
Okay, thank you.
He sounds just like me.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reopen item 7.5. Kinds of issues today. We're going to reopen item 7.5, consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Deputy Sheriff's Association units and the County of Lake for October 21, 2020 through October 20th, 2021. We're going to go ahead and open it up right to public comment. So if we have someone who'd like to make public comment on this item, time to do so is now. Please state your first and last name.
My name is Gary Frace. I am the Lake County Deputy Sheriff's Association president. I just would like the board to understand that we have never had a tentative agreement on our contract, and it is important that we have a tentative agreement on our contract before it is brought before the Board of Supervisors. We did not have a tentative agreement at all, not even up till this morning. So we didn't know anything about this being on the agenda until yesterday morning, and it was by happenstance that we saw it in the Lake County News. So that's the first time that the DSA knew anything about this being on the agenda, or ever seeing the MOU that is posted on the agenda.
So I want to follow up here. That's important information.
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Well, it was the agenda is posted on Friday, so waiting until Lakeco News posts it probably was unfortunate. But I wasn't there at any of the meetings, but it was my understanding that your representative up until that point and the negotiator from the law firm that negotiates on your behalf had expressed differently than what you're telling us right now. So that's
correct, Supervisor Brown.
okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah, we were dealing with different folks. We were told yesterday that Mr. Frace is now the union president.
So I think everybody's right here. I just don't want, I don't want it to be misleading that we're just put this thing on here as a surprise to everyone, because that's, I think our group is.
In fact, we have lots of email communication with their prior labor rep, whose name was Chuck Flesher.
Okay. Thank you for all those clarifying points. Thank you, Mr. Frias, for joining us today to make those comments. Do we have any other public comment at this point on item 7.5? Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and close the room. Do we have any public comment in the board chambers?
I do. Maybe Gary could answer a question. Should we put this one over until next Tuesday too? Or do they think that that's not going to happen? Is that something, Gary, that you'd want to do, or you guys want?
Lost him.
Are we starting from scratch here?
Richard, Gary Frace has left the Zoom room.
Oh, he has, okay.
Yeah, he hung up immediately.
Okay, well, we can always take it back up if he comes back on and says that, because I'm not trying to cause any division here. It's just that we want to be everybody needs to be on track. So, and I'm not sure that they want to just kill this thing until we start all over.
So the primary issue for this unit, because all our positions are paid in excess of the 85% of median, is continuation of their health benefit. If no action is taken by 12/31/2020, their health benefit will switch back from the 80/20 contribution to the $1,000 a month contribution. And so we're expecting that they're going to want to talk about that relatively soon, because I can't imagine they would want that to expire.
Can we do the same thing with this one as we did with the other one? If either we take it up or we don't next week, but we should just at least allow for it?
You bet.
Okay.
If I may, I'd like to do that with every single one of them, no matter if there's a tentative agreement or not, just to kind of apply more pressure to say we really want to get this done and over with, rather than just putting it off of our agenda and potentially having it disappear for way too long.
I don't think applying pressure is our ultimate goal. I think we
want to come to an agreement.
We do.
Absolutely. We worked hard, and hopefully we can reach agreement. So we're looking for action for the board. Then obviously, if we want to move this to next week, it's going to have to be in a motion form. Leave that opportunity open.
Mr. Chair, I move to continue item 7.5 between the Lake County Deputy Sheriff's Association units in the County of Lake. The memorandum of understanding, continuing that to October 27th, 2020, approximately at 9:30 a.m.
Second.
All right, just for clarification, I think we already have an item at 9:30, so you want to do it at 10 o'clock?
Well, we can just have them all start at 9:30 and run through all of them, though.
Okay. Okay. All right,
Part
that's
2
fine.
of 9:30.
Mr.
All right,
Chair?
there's a motion and a second. Yes, Anita.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll wait. I apologize.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott? Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to, we're jumping around a lot here. So, Anita, did you have a comment on?
Just with regard to 7.8, sir, this was another one that I believe there was no action to be taken. So if you're continuing the sheriff's deputies bargaining unit, you may want to consider putting this one on the agenda next week as well.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and ask the board. We would like to reopen item 7.8 to do the same thing we've just done with 7.5.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, a motion and a second.
Okay,
Donna, can we do roll call vote?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott? Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item 7.9.
No, wait, could we just reopen 7.8?
Oh. Yep, I apologize. Public comment. We have
None in the boardroom.
none from the board at this point.
No.
Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open it up. Jake, please open up the room.
Okay, I've sent out a unmute request to the Zoom floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room, please.
All right.
All right, we are going to go to item 7.9.
Hold on, can we make a motion on 7.8?
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I apologize.
We're bouncing.
Yeah, we are bouncing all over. So item 7.8, so we're going to go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to continue the memorandum of understanding between Lake County Correctional Officers Association units in the County of Lake for basically to October 27th at approximately 9:30 a.m.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
I can't hear that, Mike.
Yes.
Thank you. And then Supervisor Simon?
I'm trying
Yes.
to social
Thank you.
distance from it. Sorry.
All right, we're going to move to item 7.9.
Need a wipe?
Consideration of a memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Deputy District Attorneys Association and the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this one is, we not only have tentative agreement, this one is inked and ready to go. Same terms, it would place this group at 85% of the median.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Carol. Board, any comments from the board?
I probably should have brought this up sooner, but I didn't see, we received several questions by email, and I don't see any of the questions that were specific to 7.7 or 7.9, but I think they're kind of general for the entire process, and so I'm just wondering at what point we're going to be able to answer those questions as a public comment or public request for that information.
And where are those questions, Supervisor?
Those questions came in an email from Elizabeth Larson last night.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they're not specific to these particular units, but we're happy to answer those questions.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, and that's what I said. They're not specific to these items, but they are general to the entire all the actions that we're taking, and some of them may. I'm trying to. Yeah, it says overall county employee salary costs, so it does make reference to all of them. So maybe at some point we should get into some of those.
Sure, I can do that whenever you wish, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, if, we're trying to work through these things. If we're prepared to do those, can we do them right now? You bet. So Stephen Carter is here and will join me for a portion of this. There were a number of questions relating to the cost of this salary study implementation and how it would be paid for, and the percent increase in our payroll costs by virtue of this action. And so Stephen will speak to that in just a minute. And while he prepares, I wanted to just call to your attention that that this is for all of these units, we're proposing a 1-year agreement as opposed to a longer term agreement. So we're certainly being cautious about the financial commitment so that we can continue to assess the impacts of the pandemic. And so with that lead in, Stephen, can you comment on where the money is coming from to fund this and the percent increase in budgeted payroll costs overall by virtue of this?
Sure. Stephen Carter, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. So the overall cost is a little over $5.2 million. That's broken down by about $2 million for general fund. The general fund revenue that is paying for this comes out of budget unit 1120, which is the big melding pot of revenue, discretionary revenue. Now, if you look at past history at general fund, what we have expended versus our revenues, there is a consistent 2 million plus extra revenue over the past 5+ years. And that 2 million is exactly what we're applying to our employees for the study. The remaining 3.2, almost 3.3 million is non-general fund, and that is funded by state and federal grants for like social services or behavioral health. And that's money which has historically been left on the table, so it has never been brought into the county. So that is money that we are now going to be able to draw down. Now, for the general fund, if you go with the 2021 budgeted figure for payroll, it's a 9% increase. And if you go for the overall general fund and non-general fund, it's a 9.12% increase. So it's a significant increase overall, but there is room within our current ongoing revenues to support it.
Stephen, did you talk about the percent increase in costs overall for this? I don't think I heard you say that.
In what?
The percent increase in payroll cost overall. That was one of the other questions.
I did. That was what I said last, that if including general fund and non-general fund, it's 9.12% increase in 0111, which is payroll. In general fund was 9.0%, so 9 even.
So there was also a question asked about the methodology for the study. And as your board recalls, we were prepared to have the contractor come and present the study to your board on your March 17th agenda. But the pandemic preempted that, and so that presentation did not take place. The contractor's work is complete now, and but the documents pertaining to the study and its methodology are quite comprehensive. They are and were and still are attached to your March 17th agenda, explaining in great detail how all this information was arrived at. Just a reminder too, in response to some of these questions, that this has been a major undertaking by human resources, administration, payroll, a large number of department heads, all collaborated on this and to come up with this implementation at a level that provides equity. Let's see, I'm just kind of running through there was a question about how this all correlates with the fiscal crisis management plan. As your board knows, there were a number of belt tightening measures that had to be taken a couple of years ago following the continued fires, in particular after the North Bay firestorm. And so the fiscal crisis management plan called for the elimination of vacant positions and reduction of payroll costs. We're now 2 budget years into the fiscal crisis management plan, and we've accomplished about 50% of the reduction of those payroll costs. The first year did actually involve eliminating vacant positions. The second year involved not increasing the net county costs that departments have to operate with, which means that departments were challenged to absorb the cost of doing business, which goes up each year to the tune of about 5 or 6%. But as you also remember, the fiscal crisis management plan isn't only about avoiding costs. It's also about stimulating the local economy and enhancing the county's ability to support the needs of the public by having a competent and fully staffed workforce. There was a question about doing this without a new sales tax. As Mr. Carter just explained, there's no contemplation whatsoever of any new taxes, and we are able to do this with existing funds which are available. So I think that essentially answers those questions.
Thank you, Carol. And I know obviously as we move through this process, we know there will be questions. do our best to answer them and get the public information out there. But this has been, a long process. I want to thank everybody. I know was on the board and when it started, went to a couple of the meetings. A lot of work went in by just the frontline employees filling out the information to get to their supervisors. Other things, I just want to thank everybody who helped work through this process, from management down, even to the contractor that helped us put it together. So thank you, Carol. Supervisor Scott?
And I would just like to add to that, there was one question about, how are we doing without the sales tax? And I think if we were able to pass that sales tax, we would be hitting this at larger numbers, not going at 80 to 85% and maybe be able to offer 100%. So I think that's the difference there is we aren't able to offer as much as we wanted to offer because we did not have that sales tax. So I think that's what's the difference there is.
Thank you, Tina. Well, yeah, Supervisor Sabatier?
And since we're having a general discussion about this in response to the email we received, I'm going to be very honest and sincere that there is never truly a time where we can contemplate looking at raises for any government agency without feeling like this is not the right time. When we originally looked at this, it was at the height of the economy. COVID-19 happened to have begun. We weren't sure what was going to happen. Obviously, we stopped when we recognized that there was a very high unpredictability factor that was occurring because of COVID-19, as we saw in our economic numbers going up and down like a roller coaster ride. But at the same time, and I'm going to say it's mainly because of COVID-19, when you're dealing with such a long-term emergency, the lack of, and our staff works hard. The fact that they are inexperienced is not a hit against them. It's just the fact that if you're new, you're inexperienced and you have to learn our processes, you have to learn our culture, you have to learn who we are and what's expected of you. And it takes time for any job to do that. And it is exacerbated when dealing with long-time emergencies and trying to figure out how to continue to do the work that you're doing when you're separated because you have some people are working at home, some people are not. It created some extra problems that made it so obvious to us that our lack of staff and our lack of morale in our staff due to pay, is something we need to resolve. And right now, we are seeing a good positive forecast, and so this is why we are bringing this back. But we can't continue to expect to keep almost whipping our staff to do the things we ask them to do without providing something back in return. And the idea is that in the long run, this is going to equate in potentially helping us hire people of higher caliber, because people are going to be attracted to the pay that we have, and they're going to come from the outside or come from the inside, and rather going to work outside of the county, they're going to choose to work for us. And I think it just creates a lot of positive potential for us, rather than continuing as is, knowing that the hardships are here and that we're doing nothing and continuing the status quo means we're okay with the hardship that we're applying onto our employees. We need to figure out how to make that change. And this is one that at first I was not comfortable with, but with these new numbers that we're looking at right here, I feel comfortable with that. I think we still need to work hard to make sure and move our dial economically. But at this moment, this is something that's within our means. We are not looking at something that's beyond our means.
Thank you. Any more comments from the board?
Yeah, I want to add to that, because I know what the intent is. I know there's no ill intent, but I've heard it a couple times today and before. We always want higher caliber, but that implies that we don't already. We have a lot of very high caliber employees that have been very loyal to us, waiting for this moment. So we're not just looking for higher caliber. We're looking to take care of the high caliber employees that we've had for many years that have stood by us, and through all of this BS that we've been through for years. And now's the reckoning of where we can reward them for that. So I just want to say that I know that's not your intention, but they hear that thinking that they're not considered a high caliber, and that's just not the case. And I don't think anybody would disagree with me up here.
Absolutely not, Supervisor Brown. Thank you for that clarification. All we're attempting to do is give them the extra help that they need because they are working so hard all the time for the constituents of Lake County and us. So thank you for clarifying that. Okay, any more comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Jake, can you open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom floor here. I sent an unmute request out. If you would like to comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go and close the room, bring it back to the board chambers. Do we have any comment in board chambers?
No public comments here in the board chamber.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Deputy District Attorneys Association and the County of Lake for October 21st, 2020 through October 20 through 2021.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I know we've been pushing hard here and moving around on a few things, but what I'd like to do is see if we could push through these next 4 items, 10, 11, 12, and 13, and then take a lunch break. And that's obviously going to push off the potential of the 1 o'clock, maybe being at 1:30 or so, or maybe even later than that. But I just would like to get the thought on that from the board's point of view, or we'd like to take a lunch now and then come back later this afternoon. Just want to make sure these are very important decisions that we're getting them completed and we have time to get something to eat also for our staff.
You know, I'm okay with pushing on, but I honestly believe because of all the jockeying around that's gone on, I think we need to take a lunch and maybe spend a little time regrouping here on this whole thing.
Any other board members?
Yeah,
I'm okay either way.
Yeah, I'm good either way.
All right, I know we're gonna, as I proposed it, I would, if we could, I'd like to push through those items, get this completed, and then we can talk about timing for this afternoon. So let's continue on then.
Did we schedule Dr. Pace at 1 o'clock because of his schedule? I'm just curious about that because maybe there's no other option for him for later.
I can reach out to him and check on that if you would like, Mr. Chair.
Yes, if you would, I'd greatly appreciate that, Carol.
And so would the question be, can you come at 1:30 or 2, or do you want me to give me a time?
I would think it would be closer to 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll let you know as soon as I hear from him.
All right. So what I would like to do right now is finish up these 7.10, 7.11, 12, and 13, and then we'll go to a lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll work on the timing as soon as we're complete with those. So let's go item 7.10, consideration of memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Sheriff's Management Association units and the County of Lake for November 1, 2020 through October 31st, 2021.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This one should be quick, and I should stop for a moment and say, I don't think I've said it enough today, but we are so grateful to all of these labor groups that have worked cooperatively with us, and this group is certainly a great example of that. Although some of these discussions have maybe been a little stressful because of some of the moving parts, there's been nothing really stressful about our work with the labor groups and a lot of enthusiasm. So I just wanted to make sure I say that enough. So for sheriff management, this is the first one of the management staff groups where, as you know, it's proposed that your board implement management staff at 80% of market median. What the study found was that our management positions were the furthest off in terms of how they were paid in comparison to the comparable counties. And so, and management at the same time is also, the highest paid positions. And to bring in management at a level higher than 80 at this time would have put implementation of the study a bit out of our reach, hence the recommendation that it be done at 80 at this time, and then hopefully down the road, something can be done to catch up soon. For this unit, it was important that we make it very clear, and what I'm about to say applies to all the units. It is our intent that we will credit each employee for each longevity step they currently have above step 5. So this applies to all the units, but was particularly important that I state it for this unit. So that means that whatever longevity step you are at now, if you're above step 5, you're going to get an equivalent number of longevity steps under these new agreements. There's also a typographical error, we believe, in this MOU where it lists vacation accruals. And so this unit and our bargaining team will be reopening soon to bring forward a correction for that. It was in the previous MOU and it's in this one too, and needs some work. So we'll be back before long with that.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the board? Comments?
And I should have added, Mr. Chair, that this group has ratified.
Okay, thank you. All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move it and open it up for public comment. Jake?
All right, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent that unmute request out. If you'd like to comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, if you'd like to make a comment on item 7.10, please do so at this time. Okay, hearing none, Jake, if you close the room, bring it back. Do we have any public comment in the board chambers?
No public comment in the board chambers.
All right, we're going to go and close public comment on item 7.10. We're going to bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve memorandum of understanding in between Lake County Sheriff's Management Association, the County of Lake, for November 1st, 2020 through October 31st, 2021.
Second.
Motion second. Johanna, go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier. I don't think I heard that.
I haven't voted yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm uncomfortable with management moving forward and employees being left behind.
Okay.
No.
Go ahead, Johanna.
Okay, hold on. Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes that item. We're going to move to item 7.11. Consideration of a resolution establishing salaries and benefits for employees assigned to the confidential unit, Section A, for October 21st, 2020, October 20th, 2021.
Yeah, she did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an unrepresented unit that is comprised of the staff that work in the administrative office, in the human resources office, and in the auditor controller's payroll office. And because this group is unrepresented, your board will take action by resolution. It brings forward all the terms and conditions we've been talking about for the rest of the represented groups. In this case, this is a group of employees for which They would be implemented at 85% of the market median. The confidential unit consists of two sections, an A and B. And what you're considering right now is A. However, there is one salary table that combines the positions in both. So we'll take up B separately because their resolution reads a little bit different because they have some attorneys that have some different benefits. And in looking at this grade table for the final version, we do need to switch out one in the approved copy if you do approve it. And that is because the payroll analyst senior was lacking a job code, which has since been added. So that is the confidential unit A explanation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move forward and open public comment. Jake?
All right, I will send a request out to the Zoom floor. That request is out. So if you'd like to comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay. Go ahead and close the virtual room. Thank you, Jake. We'll go ahead bring it back to the board chambers.
There is no public comment in the board chambers. I do have a question, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of thoughts going through my mind right now about all of these conversations. Did we say that this was ratified or not?
This is not a represented group, so it doesn't require ratification of an MOU. Your board acts by resolution.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Question. Do we need to waive the reading, or we could just offer the resolution?
Just offer the resolution, sir.
I offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could update you, I did communicate with the public health officer and he is available at 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to finish up. We've got two more items and then we'll take a lunch break here. So let's go to item 7.12, consideration of establishing salaries and benefits for employees assigned to the confidential unit, section B, for October 21, 2020 through October 20th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so this, as you just said, is the second part of the confidential unit, Unit B. And this contains the attorney positions primarily who have some slightly different benefits, but the only changes to their resolution are the same changes you've been hearing about all morning long, where they would be paid at 85% of the midpoint of the 12 comparison counties. And the study did find that our attorney positions were some of those that, as I said earlier, management was more off than others. The attorney positions were also more off than many of our classes in terms of comparability. And so for this resolution, we would do the same switch out with the salary table because we now have the corrected salary table that includes the job code for the payroll analyst senior.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Jake, please open the room for public comment.
All right, I'll get that request out. The request is out. If you would like to comment, please state your first and last name.
If you'd like to make comment on item 712, please do so at this point. All right, Jake, hearing none, go ahead and close the room. Do we have any public comment in board chambers?
No public comment in the board chambers.
Okay, we'll bring back closed public comment. We're going to bring back to the board for action.
I offer the resolution.
Okay,
ahead, Joel.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
And this question is directed at Ms. Grant. I would like to go back to 710 and change my vote if possible. I feel that I misspoke.
Mr. Chair, if I may then, you'd have to just move to reopen it. If you're successful in reopening the item, then you can take it up anew.
Second.
Okay,
So
motion and a second. So, Johanna, if you could do the roll call vote?
So Supervisor Sabatier
Aye.
made the motion.
Yes, and
Okay.
Supervisor Brown seconded.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye. Offer the
Is that-
resolution.
That's not a
Yeah.
resolution.
Yeah, that's a yes from
It is.
Supervisor
Okay.
Simon.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
You're right.
Yes.
thanks.
Okay. It's,
Sorry, I'm fast
been
tracking
open.
this thing a little bit.
We'll
Sorry.
go to any comments from the board?
Just real quick, I just want to say that I apologize for bringing us back to 710, but voting a no, I've been thinking about it, means that I don't agree with it. What I don't agree is with the timing, so I am going to change my vote to abstain rather than a no. So I apologize for the simple semantics of it, but I think it's important.
Okay. Any more comments from the board? All right, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, could you please open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom room. That request is out. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close it. Do we have any public comment in the board chambers?
None in the chamber.
So we're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anita, we'll be going through and making a motion to that effect? Or we're going to take a revote, or when he's just changing his vote, will just be added to the roll call vote we took? Just clarification for myself.
I think just to keep the record as clean as possible, it's better to have the motion than the roll call vote and just do the entire process again, so there's no question.
Okay, thank you. Think the board for action?
Move to approve memorandum of understanding by and between the Lake County Sheriff's Management Association units and the County of Lake for November 1st, 2020 through October 31st, 2021.
Second.
Johanna, go ahead.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Abstain.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Present? No. Yes.
and was that a yes?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
That was my stomach
Thank
growling,
you.
sorry.
Okay. Let's go to item 7.13, consideration of resolution establishing salaries and benefits for management employees for the period of November 1, 2020 through October 31st, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so like the other management group that you just approved, the sheriff management, this is for your other unrepresented management group, which is all other management employees. This too would implement the class and comp study at 80% of the median. And there are two exceptions to that. For the same reasons that we described when we reviewed the LCEA MOU. It is recommended that the director of nursing position be placed at a special rate, given the extraordinary difficulty in recruiting and retaining staff in that position. And then for the director of public works, water resources, and community development, with the combining of the three departments per your earlier action today, there's also a special salary range proposed for that position. And then there was one item left out of this MOU that we need to insert. And if I may do a quick share screen, I'll show it to you. It is the salary table for the elected positions, and there they are. And so this needs to be inserted in this MOU, in this resolution as well.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes. Supervisor Sabatier?
If I may make a request of the individual who will be making the motion for this, if we can defer the ordinance that we passed earlier to make sure that this does not impact the 37-day waiting period for our ordinance to disconnect ourselves from any raises that are given to other electeds, if that can be done.
Okay. Thank you for that request. I know whoever's going to make the motion, hopefully we'll be able to do that for you. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Anita.
So that motion would be a motion to defer the enforcement of the existing Lake County ordinance that allows the Board of Supervisors to obtain a percentage of elected official salaries, because you now have a new ordinance that would require that your salaries remain as they are now, that is presently pending.
Okay. I was hoping our board members were listening to that. That's a long one, but I know Anita will help you frame that when we need to get to it. Okay, I do have one question, just clarification question also as we move through everything here with management. I know we did the appointment of our Public Works Director. Where were we? I know we were going to address that in one of these. Is that one that got pushed off, or is that this one?
Yes, it is addressed here, and you see the salary for that position. It's in both the memo and the cover memo and in the resolution itself.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I know, so we started the meeting. Okay. All right, any more comment from the board? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please do so at this point. And I see we do have the sheriff on.
Yes, I've been waiting and listening to the conversations, and there's just a couple things I'd like to address. I didn't see the display of the elected official salaries. I don't know if Madam CAO could email those out or make those available again. I didn't have a chance to grab those.
Sure. Yes, give me just a second, I'll pull that back up.
And as much for my curiosity as to inform the public, I think that they need to be very, very aware of what's going on with compensation of elected officials. Earlier on in the meeting, there was a little bit of talk about managers being maybe compensated, and of course this deals with management MOUs. And a reluctance by Supervisor Sabatier to go forward with management raises, but not with everybody all at the same time. And what I would say to that is, just as Supervisor Brown said, your managers are just as important as employees and have different roles and responsibilities in the running of the organization. Those are the ones that you count on to make sure that these departments run smoothly, and to hold off on addressing their compensation until we can address everybody's. I don't know if that is the best service that we can do for not only the public, but for all employees. Over the past 10 years, as the salary survey reflected, our management classifications are in fact the most out of whack of everybody's. So holding off on any amount of time on addressing that, I think it's gone way too long. I happen to be in a position where I can speak, but I would imagine there's plenty of other managers out there that probably feel the same way, that we have sat on the sidelines for many, many years, while line level employees have received the benefits afforded by their bargaining units. So if there is concern about the appearance, I understand that. I don't know if it'll ever go away, but right now it's time to take action. And I would encourage the board to vote on these matters as they come to us now. And I'm looking at the pay wages here.
Did you want it back up? I'm so sorry. I thought you were done.
I think I captured it. So my other concern is I don't know if there's going to be any public comment about not having adequate time to review this, but it looks fairly consistent with what we've been discussing in our management groups, both as elected officials and non-elected managers. With that, I will say, despite not being represented in our units, I will say that the county admin office has definitely had discussions with us as management groups and department heads very openly, and I want to express my gratitude towards the CAO and the county admin office for all the hard work that they put into this. That's all I have.
Thank you, Sheriff Martin.
Thank you.
Okay, Jake, do we have any other public comment on item 7.13 at this point?
I will send a mute request out to the Zoom floor. That request is out. If you would like to comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, we're going to go ahead. Jake, go ahead and close the room. We're going to bring it back. Do we have any public comment in the board chambers on this item?
It does not appear that we have any public comments in the chamber.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to go and close public comment and bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Sabatier?
For what it's worth, just in response to the sheriff, I appreciate the comments, and I also appreciate all the hard work that our management staff does. I think that the original intent was for everyone to happen at the same time. Obviously, we have a little bit of a scatter situation where some may have had some tentative agreements, some didn't have any agreements, and some did. My goal is to wait, hopefully just 1 week is what I was hoping for, which may not change anything, but I think that while my heart and my mind tells me that it might be seen as rude or disrespectful towards our management, I'm just thinking about the entire team, as well as the perception of saying yes to management while we have not said yes to our lower paid employees at the bottom of the ladder, which is truly where we have a lot of holes and gaps when it comes to turnover and being able to recruit. And my hope is just to solve it all as we planned today, not to postpone it and make it never happen. And again, two different philosophical perspectives on that, but I respect his views, and I will continue with mine.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I will offer the ordinance to defer enforcement of existing ordinance offered in 7.2, and I didn't catch the rest.
Mr. Chair, may I assist?
Yes, please, Anita.
You're going to offer the resolution here and then also move to defer any enforcement of the county ordinance relating to Board of Supervisor salaries presently in existence, given that a revised version is now pending.
So moved.
Are those two separate things? One's a resolution?
Yes, they are. Well, the offer of the resolution, I think that the supervisor was making the motion, and when that occurs, then he'll offer the resolution. And that's as it should be.
Yes.
Okay.
So is there a second to the motion?
We don't need one, right?
Yes, second.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Abstain.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Offer the resolution.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
Oh, wait.
I'm sorry, but that was a motion to defer any enforcement of the supervisor's salary.
Right.
Right.
And I'm not sure Supervisor Sabatier meant to abstain to that.
I appreciate that. I thought it was a mixture of both the resolution and
Yes.
the motion.
So this would just be the motion to defer any enforcement of the existing ordinance regarding supervisor salaries until such time as the new ordinance is effective. And as your board knows, that new ordinance will result in your salaries remaining the same with no increase occurring as a result of these board actions. So in that regard, all you need to do now, since you have a motion and a second, is to have a roll call vote just on that deferral of enforcement as to your board.
And I thought he had abstained because it was part of negotiations, but I misunderstood.
No, I heard Supervisor Crandall say resolution and move, or at least that's what I heard. Maybe I misunderstood. Am I in a position to vote on the motion rather than the resolution?
The resolution will be taken up separately, so yes.
So, yes, aye, for the motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Grant.
You're welcome. And now Supervisor Crandall, if you'd like to offer the resolution that would approve the management salaries and benefits, that'd be the last step.
I offer the resolution.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Abstain.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We've got that completed. Admin, everyone who's worked on this, thank you very much. I know we're not completed with everything, but good job on some steps forward. So at this time, we are going to take a lunch break. We will come back at 1:30. And we will begin with some of the agenda items, and then we will have our 2 o'clock COVID-19 update from Dr. Pace. And then we'll if we have more, hopefully we'll be going into closed session after that report. So we are on a 1 hour lunch break. We'll see you again at 1:30. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting at 1:30 p.m. And we're going to go ahead and finish out our regular agenda here. I know we have moved around a little bit. Our COVID update will come at 2 p.m. With Dr. Pace. That has been moved from the 1 to 2 p.m. and I just want to make everyone aware of that. So we do have a few more items. What I'd like to do is see if we can move through some of the quicker items here that we have left on our agenda. So 1 minute. All right, we're going to go ahead. Director DeLeon, is Director Scott DeLeon on the line?
He is here, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. So we're going to go ahead and move on with item 7.14, consideration of a change order, a contract change order, number 1, with McGuire Pacific Construction for Cycle 7 and Cycle 8 HSIP signs and striping project, federal project numbers HSIPL-5914-104 and HSIPL-5914-113, bid number 18-22 for an increase of $39,545.569 and a revised contract amount of $1,279,000. Sorry about that. $71.65, and the authorize the chair to sign.
Mr. Chair, I see Scott DeLeon in the room, but he may still be away from his computer. Here he comes. Here he comes. Okay, I think he'll be here just momentarily.
Okay.
Yes, so I'm telling him to please call in. Give him just a moment. Jake, if you can watch for him, he may be coming in through a phone.
He is already in the room and he's all set up. It's just waiting for him to sit down, I think.
Okay. Well, he said he can call in, so I wondered if he's away from his desk and needing to call in on a phone.
Okay, I'll watch for any additions here.
So, Mr. Chair, we're waiting for him. You could move on to 7.15 if you'd like, the advisory committee appointments.
Yeah, I guess, I was thinking that he was in the room. So let's go ahead. Yeah, let's move to, we'll come back to item 7.14 as soon as Scott DeLeon comes on. But let's take up item 7.15, consideration of advisory board appointments, child care planning and development, and emergency medical care committee.
So,
I know these appointments are in your
Chair?
packet, so go ahead, Carol.
Yes, you have number of potential appointments, applications received for the Child Care Planning and Development Committee. You presently have 5 vacancies, 3 of which are community representatives and 2 are child care providers. Your applications come from Kim Gentle. That would be a reappointment as a child care provider. Megan Handy is also a reappointment as a child care provider. And then 2 new community representative applicants, and they are Jamie Castaldo and Soledad Aguayo. So that is the folks for the child care planning and development. And I assume you want to take up the emergency medical care separately?
Yes, we can. So any questions on child care planning and development from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public comment. Jake, can you please open the room?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent that request out. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, Jake, we'll bring it back to the board, close the virtual room. We'll bring it back to the board chambers. Is there anyone like to make public comment in the chambers?
There's nobody in the public chambers.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public comment at this point and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the 4 applicants for the Child Care Planning and Development Committee.
Second.
Motion and a second. Johanna, please roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, then next up for the Emergency Medical Care Committee, you have a lot of vacancies there. The groups are California Highway Patrol, Community College District, Consumer Interested Group, Emergency Affiliated Medical Care Coordinator, EMT Representative, Fire Department, Private Ambulance Company, and Redbud Hospital. You have received 1 applicant from Ronald Fideli, and he would represent Consumer Interested Group if appointed.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
I just have a quick question. Are there enough members to have a quorum at this moment with this many vacancies?
That's a really good question, and I could have staff dig into that and just take a few minutes and come back with the answer if you'd like that answer before you act on this one.
I wonder on some of these if maybe we need to look at maybe reducing the number of members to ensure that we have an adequate quorum and that they don't have a lot of canceled meetings. That way it doesn't waste people's time, because 10 vacancies should mean to me that there's at least 20 members within that group, but I don't know the specifics of it, and I'm concerned that those vacancies can hurt the actual use of that committee.
Johanna, are you able to look that up while also clerking the meeting, or should I have Carolyn look that up to see how many people are actually seated on this committee?
Yeah, let me do a quick count and then I'll get back to you.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, if we could come back to this one in a few minutes. I know that, just to keep the moving meeting, I know that Jan Coppinger and Scott Harder are here probably for 7.16. If you'd like to keep it, we'll come back.
Okay, there are 14 people in it right now, and with this new appointment, it would be 15. So 15,
there's,
yeah.
So it's plenty adequate at this point. So what I'd like to do is see if we could move forward with this appointment. So is there any more questions at this point from the board?
And I'm ready to move forward, and I guess just for a future potential conversation, is 24 members asking for too many members in one group? Does that make it inefficient? I'd love to get some feedback from the group, but that's nor here or there for the action that needs to be taken.
We need to double check to find out who, this may not be up to us. It's a committee established by statute through the state, but I'm not sure exactly how many options.
Denise Pomeroy is in the room and her hand is up, so I bet she has the answer.
Okay, Denise, go ahead. Please.
Hi, good afternoon, your board. The EMCC committee has been meeting. We have not had to cancel any meetings due to lack of quorum. The only meetings we've ever canceled is due to fire emergency type stuff, because a lot of the committee members are from those types of categories. This person was reviewed at the committee meeting last month and was selected by the board to be on the committee. As he is coming in as a consumer, he also has many years of EMS, fire, and ambulance experience. He's retired now in Lake County. And the positions, Supervisor Brown is correct, a lot of them are in statute. So if you want further information on that, I can get that to your board for next meeting.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, any more questions for board members at this point? No. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, if you could please open the room.
Yes, I will send a request out here. That request is out. If you would like to make a comment, please start by stating your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, go ahead and close the virtual room. I'll ask once again, do we have anyone in board chambers who'd like to make comment?
Nobody in the chambers for public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Ronald Fidel to the Emergency Medical Care Committee.
Second.
Johanna, go ahead with the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes. Wait in.
I don't know if you got your vote in or if the baby got the vote in.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to move.
And so you have choices now, Mr. Chair. Scott DeLeon is also here by telephone.
Okay, we're going to go ahead then, and we'll go back to item 7.14, consideration of contract change order number 1 with McGuire Pacific Constructors for Cycle 7 and Cycle 8 HSIP signs and striping project. Federal project numbers HSIPL-5914-104 and HSIPL-594113. Bid number 1822 for an increase of $39,545.69 and a revised contract amount of $1,279,071.65 and authorize the chair to sign. I'd like to turn it over to Scott DeLeon, our newly appointed Public Works Director. Congratulations and welcome. Is he there?
Jake,
I'm sorry. He's here. He did join. I muted him on arrival, and I'm sending him unmute requests right now. But he is still muted.
Try *6. That might
He left when you told him he was appointed to Public Works.
Yeah, I guess.
Because I believe on the phone, *6 is what allows you to
well,
unmute.
again, Mr. Chair, Jan Coppinger and Scott Harder are here to work that out.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll get to them next time. So we're going to move from then item 7.14. We will come back to that once we get Director DeLeon on the phone. So item 7.16, sitting as Lake County Sanitation District, consideration of balancing a change order with Mercer Fraser Company for Anderson Springs Sewer Project for a decrease of $235,011.00 and a revised final contract amount of $1,715,672.00 and authorize the board chair to execute. All right, we're going to try this one now. We'll go ahead and turn this over to Jan Coppinger or Scott Harder.
Good afternoon. Because I am at home and don't have access to all my papers, it's been about 3 weeks since I put this on the agenda. I did ask Scott Harder to present this for me, and I believe he is on.
Okay, thank you, Jan.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you noted, this is a balancing change order for the Anderson Springs Sewer Project. So this covers the second phase of the project, which installed the grinder pumps on the site. And this is a reduction in final contract price attributable to two items. Primarily, there was less grinder pumps that were installed. The funding source required that there actually be an active building permit and construction going on. CDBG funding did for us to install grinder pumps on the lots. So we shot high, and we ended up with not all of the grinder pumps that we could have installed on active properties because there weren't enough of them far enough along with building permits. The second reason we see a decrease in the contract price is that when the project was designed, there were contingencies built in for removal of materials to a certified landfill for hazardous material, hard rock excavation, unstable subgrades, some of those things that the original geotech indicated might come up during the construction. Site conditions were more favorable than we anticipated, so there weren't the need for as much of that hard rock excavation or the hazardous landfill operations, resulting in a reduced contract price. So this will adjust the contract to reflect the actual in-place quantities and result in a reduction of about $235,000 to the contract for a revised contract amount of $1,715,672.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for that presentation. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I didn't see it in the paperwork, but I'm guessing because of what I believe I know of the Anderson Springs sewer system project that's been happening, that all this money will be returned from the grant that helps us get this going, correct?
It's actually billed on a reimbursement basis. So we haven't received the funding. So we will be processing it and be reimbursed. So we're not sending any money back. We just won't be billing them as much.
Okay, but still the same basic scenario. It's not money coming back to us or anything like that. It's just a reduction of the overall cost. Thank you so much.
Correct.
Any more questions from the board? Excellent. I want to thank you. Obviously, this was a very important project. I know Supervisor Brown was critical with Jan and all the rest of the staff getting us going. And it is revitalizing Anderson Springs. Their home's constantly being rebuilt. So I know it's a different subject. I want to say thank you both. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe Scott is back in.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open this item up for... Yeah, Scott, we're going to finish up this item and then we'll be right with you. We're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, if you could please open the room.
Yes, I will open the room here. I sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
That person is on perpetual hold.
Yeah, that's a long time.
That's Director Ewing. Love the hold music.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, I will once again ask, we'll close the virtual room. Do we have anyone in the board chambers who'd like to make comment?
We do not have anybody in the board chambers. And Mr. Chair, I ask if you need to step down from the chair and make a motion, or would you like me to make the motion for you?
No, I am fine with you making the motion on this. If you would pick that up for me, Vice Chair, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I move to approve the balancing change order with Mercer Fraser Company for Anderson Springs Sewer Project for a decrease of $235,011 and revised final contract amount of $1,715,672 and authorized board chair to execute.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott? Aye. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, we're going to return to our...
All right, thank you, board.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Scott. We're going to return to our 7.14 item, or consideration of contract change order number 1 with McGuire Pacific Construction Constructors for cycle 7 and 8, cycle 7 and 8 HSIP signs and striping project. Federal project numbers HSIPL 5914104 and HSIPL 5914113, bid number 1822 for an increase of $39,545.69 and a revised contract amount of $1,279,071.65, and authorize the chair to sign.
Good afternoon, board, and I apologize for the mix-up earlier. I hope you all can hear me okay. This is change order 1 for this project. This came about as a result of some changes that were made to the standard specifications and special provisions that we utilized for the project. Namely, it changed some of the materials and sign colors and panel sizes for the Caltrans specifications that we utilized. The result of the change summarized in the memo that was provided, or the breakdown of costs, but this change will bring all of our signs into current standards. This project is funded through the state funds, a state grant, and the change order will result in an increase of $39,545.65. And I will be happy to try to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring back the board. Any questions or comments for Director De Leon on this change order? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, if you please open the room.
Yes, I will send a mute request out. That request is out. If you would like to comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, hearing none, go ahead and close the room. Do we have anyone in board chambers who would like to make comment on this item?
No public comment in the board chambers.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to bring it back to the closed public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the contract change order number 1 with McGuire Pacific Constructors for cycle 7 and cycle 8 HSIP signs and striping project. Federal project numbers HSIP-L 5914-104 and HSIP-L 5914-113, bid number 18-22 for an increase of $39,545.69 and a revised contract amount of $1,279,071.65, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second. Is there a second? Thank you for a second. Supervisor Crandall?
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, board. Again, I apologize for the mix-up here earlier, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
And Scott, before you leave, we will be going to item 7.2, probably momentarily. Not sure if the chair is planning to go there next.
Well, no, we got the Dr. Pace coming in at 2. I thought would be that we would, because I think there's going to be some discussion that goes on with that, probably longer than 7 minutes. So my thought would be that we would go to calendars, do Dr. Pace's report, and then come back and finish that out before we go into closed session.
Okay.
We got about 5 minutes here before we go to Dr. Pace. So if we could go to our weekly calendar and travel reports, we'll start. Yes, go ahead. Okay, Supervisor Scott.
Okay, Tomorrow I'll be in the office meeting with some staff, and then I'll be attending the chamber mixer that evening via Zoom. On Thursday, I have a 9 o'clock Hope Rising Governing Board meeting, and a 1:30 I'll be attending the Area on Aging meeting. And on Monday, I'll be preparing for Tuesday's meeting, and then I also have Scotts Valley Community will be having their meeting via Zoom at 5 o'clock that night. That is it for me.
Hey, Supervisor Sabatier?
Just to kind of quick update on what happened in the past week. Just wanted to inform the board, since there was a board direction to bring back AB 626, which was the home kitchen enterprise law that was passed in the state of California that allows people to cook at home and sell food out of their homes. We did have what I felt was a very productive meeting, and so just to let you know, there is progress, and the anticipated time for that to come back to the board should be sometime in early November, and seeing how that goes. So happy about staff spending the time with Supervisor Crandall and I, and figuring out how we can make this work for our communities. Also met with the Lake Pillsbury group that we're meeting with, and just felt like there's been a slight change of tone. And I'm sure many of you noticed as well that Congressman Garamendi had shared his support for Lake County to have a louder voice or a more equal voice than we're being given at this time for how this project is going to move forward. And he stated his opinion that he is against the decommissioning of the dam, which I felt was really a big shot in the arm for us as well. Coming up this week, I'm going to be checking in with the Lake EDC tomorrow, see how their board meeting goes, as they're going to do their final approval of what we approved this morning. And then I'm going to be joining the City of Clear Lake for a marketing committee, where I'm going to be discussing some of the other art projects that I'd like to bring to that city. I'm trying to make sure that we don't fall behind where Lakeport is with all their murals. We need to stay competitive and make sure we bring some of that beauty down there. I'm going to be meeting with some constituents on Thursday, as well as starting off the day with an EOC call and an update on COVID-19. I have a call on Thursday where I'm meeting with the Mayor of Clear Lake and Bureau of Land Management to discuss how we can better protect the city of Clear Lake on the eastern slopes coming out of the BLM Cache Creek Wilderness area. Taking part in another CSAC call, which I'll elaborate a little bit more during our COVID-19 update this afternoon of the calls that I've had. So far on Friday, it looks like the only thing I have is a potential CC4C meeting. And then on the 26th, pretty clear at this moment, meeting with our CAO to discuss our October 27th meeting, and then back here on Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, so I'd like to also, highlight the different meetings that Supervisor Sabatier brought up. There was a different tone. We had more of a collaborative meeting when it came to the 2x2x2 meeting. Very ecstatic about the letter that Congressman Garamendi had put out for us, or for ensuring that his opposition in the situation when it came to the Scott Dam removal. Also, we attended. Moke and myself was at the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority yesterday, and I have a flyer, but I don't know if I can really share the screen to show it. But there'll be an online CERT training. They're trying to get as many people as possible to take this because talking about also ways to, they're updating the COAD website, the Community Organization Active in Disaster website, which is like a more of a collaborative approach for people that want to assist during the time of emergency. So this would be like a hub for that type of thing. They're working on that. We've had problems in essence, trying to get forward on presentations. Like last year, 2019, there was a wilder than wild presentation that took place at the Soper Reach Theater, and we had another one scheduled, I think, for this year, but when the situation with the pandemic hit, we weren't able to kind of get on board and do that, and it's been difficult trying to navigate that system to try and do it in a Zoom type of format. So looking at ways for that, and just discussing other ideas of trying to even look at trying to find someone to write to give us money to help with this program. So there's that. On my calendar, tomorrow I have North Shore Business Association. Thursday, I actually did have the area agents on aging governing board meeting, but I have a conflict. I actually have a personal appointment that day, but I can't make that. And then I have a CAO meeting on Monday, 10/26, back here for the board on Tuesday. Another highlight, I'm no longer the chair of Robinson Rancheria since last week, Wednesday. And so it opened up my Wednesdays. I've already spent a lot more time with some constituents. I've been to different properties in different areas to try to look at some of the concerns and issues that they've had. And so I'm looking forward to being able to better serve the community in one position. And so I just wanted to highlight that. Thanks.
Supervisor Brown?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot scheduled, but I do have a North Coast EMS meeting on Thursday. And I don't know who the alternate is on that.
That's me, Rob. So what time is that meeting?
I'll send you the agenda.
Okay.
They've kind of bounced it around a little bit. And the only reason I'm asking is because this is the last meeting of the year. So the next one that they have will probably be, if you continue on that, then you'll be involved with it. So, or somebody will. So that's all I have scheduled. I'm trying to wrap up a few things and getting down to the wire here. So.
Okay. All right, I have a board meeting today, obviously agenda review after or whenever we complete, or potentially tomorrow. Don't have anything on the schedule as far as tomorrow besides returning phone calls and emails that we're constantly getting, even during the meeting right now. What I do want to make everybody aware of, there is a potential of a PSPS event coming to Lake County. Please be aware. It is affecting more customers this time. I think the final number, and that could have changed while we're in, I think what I saw in the state rep report was about 963 customers throughout Lake County. Kind of in those areas would be Spring Valley, Morgan Valley out to the county road, near Anderson Springs, areas south of Middletown. Those are all some of the areas. You will be contacted by PG&E, but please be aware that they are tracking systems now and potentially into the weekend. So we are in that situation. Just please be prepared and be paying attention with information coming out from PG&E, and we'll push them. Hopefully they get that information out to our folks. Working through the rest of the week, I will be at that. If you send me that information, Rob, I'll be there on Thursday. The MCS call. I have Friday. I have a meeting with Calpine. I'm going to be talking with them about some issues on this weekend, and then won't go back over. But we did have the Risk Reduction Authority meeting. EJ already talked about that. It was on Monday, so we completed that, and then be here for Monday. Don't have any scheduled meetings at this point, but I have a request to meet with a couple of constituents to talk about cannabis issues down here in South County, which I think are very important and we'll be dealing with over the next few years as we implement that new economy. And back here on Tuesday for the board meeting.
So it's at 10:30, Mo.
Okay. Thank you, Rob.
Yep. I'll send it to you.
All right. And with that, we're going to go ahead and go right into Dr. Pace's report. Dr. Pace, thank you for being patient. I know you've got a lot going on, but thank you for being patient with our agenda today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the supervisors. Thank you for this chance to update everybody on the coronavirus. So in Lake County now, we have a total of 678 cases since the beginning. There's been 15 deaths. One person's in the hospital at this point. We have basically in the surrounding counties, Mendocino and Sonoma County are both still in the purple tier. We're in the red tier still, as we have been for probably 10 weeks or so. Our current positivity rate is 3.4%. Our current new case rate is 4.4 cases, which is keeps us in the red zone. The positivity rate's in the orange zone. The case rate keeps us in the red zone. What we had was about a month ago, on the week of the 13th of September, we had a surge that peaked out at 78 cases that week. And just to note, 42 cases is kind of the cutoff between red and purple. So we were at almost double that. Then it started dropping. The following week was 46. The following week was 26. Now we're starting to see a rise back up. Last week was 34, and we probably still have some more coming in, but we're hoping it's going to keep us under the 42 from last week. There's a lag time in some of the test positivity coming in, but at this point, from the last week, it's 34, and hopefully it'll stay under the 42, so we're still maintaining in the red zone. I'm concerned we're seeing a little bit of an uptick now because there's been, so we had the first nursing home outbreak. That one's resolved at this point. Those folks are all out of quarantine. There's a second nursing home that's had a pretty significant outbreak. They've only had one death at this point, but the vast majority of people in that facility have tested positive. And so that we're going to see a little bit of a rise in numbers, partly because of that. But at this point, there's not going to be a whole lot of new cases because most of the people have tested positive. We're also seeing some little possible clusters forming around the community. There's another assisted living facility that has a couple cases in it. There was a case at the jail, but it looks like because of that got picked up at screening coming into the jail. It looks like that's being contained at this point. We're not having any secondary positives, and they've done some testing and moving people around and quarantining. So it looks like that the jail staff and the sheriff's folks have gotten that contained reasonably well. There's also been a couple stores around that, a couple of food establishments around that have had a couple cases. So, it's just these kind of things where these little clusters sort of pop up. And as long as we recognize it and folks are cooperating, we seem to be able to get it under control. But, whenever these are going on, there's always the risk of significant spread. It's definitely pointing towards the possibility of more spread. And that's really what we're seeing. Nationwide now, they're basically saying that we are officially moving into the third surge. And some of the experts and the modelers are saying that the next 6 to 12 weeks could be very challenging. So I think, whatever your opinions about some of the sciences and the modeling, it's probably a good idea to take a little extra precaution right now if you can. With everybody moving inside, the risks are greater, and it's just, good to be a little more careful. If we can keep the number of cases down below 42 a week, and we keep the same positivity rate, we're going to be okay and staying in the red zone. The schools can go ahead and open. We can continue to have some indoor businesses. If we move into the purple zone, then we get into, there's a lot more oversight. If we can move into the orange zone, which is what we'd hope, and I think that would be under about 33 cases a week. If we get into that, we could potentially really get into opening things up more and having a little more flexibility. But we haven't, the positivity rate, the test positivity rate is there, but the case rate has really never been in that zone yet. And so we're going to need to there's going to need to be a little more probably precautions to allow that to happen. So in terms of the response, from the data point of view, we have started rolling out this health equity data, the ethnicity numbers, which is they are going to get this onto the website probably by noon on Thursday, the ethnicity data, but a press release went out last week with it. The importance of this is that we're seeing all around the state and the country that certain parts of the community seem to be hit much harder than other parts. And usually these are the parts where the economics are not as good and the access to medical care and access to testing and things are not as good. It can correlate with ethnicity, but not necessarily. But we are seeing that certain ethnic groups seem to be more hit harder, probably because they are the essential workers and they're out in the community a bit more. They have less options in terms of remote learning, and also some of the living conditions may be a little more congested than for other folks. And so what we're seeing in Lake County is that, the Latino population is probably getting about maybe a little more than 2 times the number of cases you would expect for that percentage of the population. And the Native American community is maybe a little under 2 times what you would expect for their percentage of the population. Part of what's happening, and like I say, that data will get put up on the website by the end of the week. Certainly, I think it should be probably by tomorrow, but certainly by noon on Thursday. And the importance of this is the state is really wanting everybody to make this kind of data public, and we've been a little reluctant, but I think it's probably useful to get this information out there. I think it's very important that folks understand that these aspects of the community are a lot of it's around working and around getting testing to them. So partly what's needing to be done is we're needing to direct resources to these disproportionately affected parts of the community. And a plan just got submitted a couple days ago to the state for that. And we're working on trying to develop how to get some kind of liaisons into the Latino community, and also most likely in the Native American community as well, to sort of serve with education, to serve as a bridge into the government services, to make sure we get testing where it's needed, to make sure people are getting the kind of wraparound services they need when they're needing to isolate, quarantine. The testing situation is also very mobile. It's always a moving target. Verily is now contracted through the end of November. After the end of November, probably there's going to be a different arrangement made between the state and each of the sites that are in the county. That's still being worked out. I was just on a long call last night where they were talking about it. Probably we won't have the same setup that we have now, where we have it at the 4 different sites around the county. We're really trying to advocate for having a mobile site or different places because of just the nature of Lake County. It really works well. We've been very appreciative of the support we've gotten from Verily to do. I think part of why things have gone as well as they have is because of these testing sites. There is an issue though now where they're only willing to do some of the staffing through the end of October. And so we were just on a call today. We're trying to pressure at the state level to get some more support and to try to look at the contract again. That Verily is basically saying the contract says they don't have to do this, and we're not quite sure of that. But we're probably going to have to come up with some alternative plan for some of the staffing at the testing sites for November, and then moving into December, who knows what's going to happen then. So it's constantly a moving target. And but so far, we really encourage people to get tested if they need it, if they've had contact with anybody, or if they have symptoms, to go get tested. One thing that's very good development is that once we get into this new agreement in December, is they will be testing kids as well. Up at this point, they've not been testing people under 17, but after that, they are under 18. But now, moving forward with this new contract, they agreed to be testing kids as well. So that's a good thing. There are also these tests that are coming in from the federal government. They're called Binax Now. This is a part of the new generation of testing. It's the antigen testing. There's not a machine involved. There's no send out. It's sort of a card like a pregnancy test. And you do a swab, you do it and get the results within 15 or 20 minutes. And not as valid, not as accurate as the current testing where we send them out, but they are pretty good if you use them for people that are symptomatic, and you get these results quickly. So it's a good tool in a place where we have maybe an outbreak, or in a school where you think a kid might have COVID and you're not sure. So we've gotten some of them where we should be getting them by tomorrow, probably 600 or so. And then we'll probably hang on to those at the health department. They say they're going to be sending more. They're not really promising how much it's going to be. If we do get more, then we're going to work out some plans with some of our partners out in the community about them. But just so that people know, this is So what's happening for the testing is there's the PCR testing, which we've been using through the Verily site and through other places. And now there's this whole new generation of antigen testing, which is going to really upend the apple cart in terms of the data with the testing and everything, but it's going to really improve access out in the community. So there's probably going to be quite a bit of confusion for a little while about it, but I think in the long run, it's going to be a good thing. The next piece is the contact tracing piece. We are keeping up with all the cases that are going on at this point. The state has provided a fair amount of help for us over the last couple months. They're now trying to pull back on it and saying that they're trying to redirect some of the staff. We're trying to hold on to folks because we are definitely thin in terms of our staffing, and especially with the nursing staff. And our staff are really trying to be the oversight and kind of coordinators and connect the dots. And then we use the state staff to do the kind of frontline contact tracing. But so we're kind of a little bit in tension with the state around holding on to that, but so far we're doing okay. In terms of hospitalizations, the main issue is that St. Helena Hospital continues to be closed due to fire damage, and it's been evacuated, and it sounds like it may be another month or maybe a little more that they're going to be down. So that definitely impacts our surge capacity. For the housing issues, so Elijah House is still over at Juvenile Hall, and that seems to be going really well. They've been good partners, taking good care of the folks there. There's 20 to 30 homeless people at a time that are these are the folks that are really kind of trying to play by the rules and trying to get worked. And Supervisor Scott's been involved over there, so I don't know if she wants to talk about it at all, but it's a really cool thing where folks are actually plugging in there and getting better, and things are working out, and it's a way to help these folks stay COVID free and keep it safe. And so it's a very positive thing. There's also some efforts now going on with the warming center that gets put up every year. The group that has been working it before doesn't feel like they have the capacity to deal with it again this year. Hope Center is over in Clear Lake so hopefully is going to be able to be opening by December 1st maybe, but they're still in construction, still trying to get it together. So it looks like we probably a warming center is a good idea for the homeless folks to get out of the elements. And there's a working group going together that, again, Supervisor Scott is on, and trying to help figure out exactly how to do this. Funding continues to be a challenge, of course, and also location. But that there are discussions going on about that, and hopefully we're going to be able to keep some kind of continuity of services. But it's pretty much piecing together pieces of the puzzle for that. Then the last part of the housing is the isolation piece of the folks that can't isolate or quarantine at home. We still have the hotel rooms, and we're working on that and moving forward with that. So vaccine issues, the flu vaccine is available now. We're definitely recommending people getting the flu vaccine through their providers or through some of the pharmacies. We've also started flu clinics now. We had the Heroes of Healthcare over at the Lake County Fairgrounds. Was it last weekend, or I think it was last weekend, where over 400 people did a drive-through flu clinic on the racetrack, and so over 400 people got their flu shots there. We had another clinic yesterday, so we're continuing to do these out in the community. If you want to find out where they are, you can go on the website and get that. The COVID vaccines are in pretty extensive planning at this point. We are, there's nothing that's ready for prime time at this point. They're talking like potentially December, January kind of time that something will be available, but we are planning in conjunction with the state on how that would get distributed and disseminated out. So the last kind of general section here is the kind of the ongoing things. Halloween is coming up in a couple of weeks, and the state has put out some guidelines, so it's on the state website if you want to see that. I think the most significant thing that they're doing is really discouraging trick-or-treating, feeling like that's a pretty risky activity to be doing, and with kind of this contact with a bunch of different people and a bunch of different households. So really encouraging some of these kind of planned activities where there's drive-throughs or drop-offs. And several folks have been really working hard on setting these up in a good way and planning through it, so that kind of thinking through it to make it as safe as possible. So I really encourage people to keep their eye out for those and direct your kids that way. That's going to be the safest way to do it. Thanksgiving isn't far away either. Basically the recommendations are not to travel to go be with family, not to have a bunch of families coming together for indoor dining. So it's really unfortunate this year. I think the holidays are going to be stressful. I'm sure some people are going to go ahead and try to do some of these things, and there will probably be some super spreader events out of them. And so it's just really unfortunate all around. You know, I'm dealing with it in my family as well. And we just have to try to figure out how to do these things as safely as possible. The way the state is kind of framing gatherings is they're basically now saying that you can have gatherings up to 3 households outdoors, socially distanced with masks on, less than 2 hours. So that's what they're considering kind of safe guidelines. You know, so more than 3 households are considered higher risk. And certainly even when you do something like this, if one of those people turns positive, then we'll have to go back and kind of talk to everybody and figure out who is potentially at risk. And everybody's, you know, that was a close contact will need to quarantine for 2 weeks. So it gets very complicated very fast when some of these cases emerge. You know, I think the last piece of this is really, you know, like I say, we are looking at this as we're moving into this third surge, and it's probably going to go on for a few months now. And it's probably going to be sort of a challenging couple months moving forward. As much as people can do to stay safe, we really want to support that. You know, we'd like to aim to get into the orange tier just to help keep things as open, and we'd like to figure out how to support the businesses so that they can stay open and sort of survive this next period. I think by next spring, we'll be starting to really look at a whole different thing. So it's really, I feel like, kind of putting our heads down and moving through this next couple months in as safe a way as possible, and as a kind of looking out for the rest of your community as much as possible. So I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. All right, we'll go ahead and open it up to the board. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Sabatier? Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Well, I just have a quick question. It's nothing about our kid. I just have if you could have in facts. I heard that within the last couple of hours, has moved to yellow tier. Like, how the hell did they do that? And are they, I mean, that just seems bizarre to me that they're like that while the rest of the world has to abide by actual statistics and numbers.
You're breaking up a little bit, but I think what the question was how are some of these counties moving to yellow tier? And yeah, well, it's you know, it's numbers. It's the state. The way the state is making these decisions is based on these different statistics, which is the case count, the test positivity rate, and then there's a factor that's thrown in with this health equity situation that differs on the size of the county. But for us, we have stayed in the red tier consistently with our numbers. We've kind of edged to the edge of the purple tier for a couple of weeks, but we've been pretty consistently there in terms of the new case numbers. And
but specifically, I don't know if you caught it or not, specifically it was about San Francisco. Within the last couple of hours, they've been reported to have been bumped up into the yellow tier. And I have a hard time believing, I realize it's about the numbers, but it's also about, you know, maybe we need to report like they do. Because I don't believe that they're that much farther advanced than us. I just can't believe that for a second.
They are on minimal.
Yeah, a lot of what's happening in the bigger counties is they're putting tremendous amounts of resources into this situation. Like, there's a lot of, so just as an example, some of the counties are putting in funds to support people who can't work, to help them stay home rather than go to work because they have to work to pay their rent. So, but there's a lot of, I think where probably one of the ways that they're able to do that is that there's just a lot of resources going into trying to control this and trying to support the people that are testing positive so they'll actually stay home and stay out of public.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Well, just to thank you very much for the update. Just to follow up on what Supervisor Brown said, I've noticed based on our numbers from the hub that last month we had a huge surge in testing, and I think it's because we also had a huge surge in cases in very high-risk areas, and so we ended up testing a whole lot just to make sure that nobody was turning positive to make the situation worse. But this month we're looking at less, and in my opinion, when we have less tests but still show a number of cases going up, that means that we're really only testing the people that are very close proximity to cases and only have cases and not just randomly testing. And I see this in the morning, on Monday mornings and Tuesday mornings, the lines at Verily, in my opinion, from what I visually see, so very anecdotal, I don't have the data for you, it just seems like the lines aren't there in comparison to them being there about a month or two ago. And so my guess is that we're seeing a smaller amount of daily testing happening, which eventually ends up being that our positivity rates are going up because we're not testing randomly, we're testing more methodically towards people who may have it, which ends up just, I mean, it's good to know so we can care for those people, but it hurts us in our numbers because we're not testing on the random as much. Before I move on, if you want to speak to that, Dr. Pace, are we seeing less tests at this moment in time compared to before?
Yeah, but I think we are seeing less tests. I mean, it depends on who shows up and when we're contact tracing. But again, I want to emphasize the test positivity is not what's holding us back. It's the case rates that's holding us back. The test positivity has pretty consistently had us in the orange tier for a while, and it's the case rate that's the new case numbers. So, that's the issue right now is we're having too many positive cases to be able to move into the orange tier.
Right, and I agree with what you just said because we've been placed in the 106 or less thousand tier of counties, and we follow different guidelines than the counties with more than 106,000. That is split up between three different populations of those less than 35,000, those between 35,000 and 70,000, and then those between 70,000 and 106,000. And what they did is they dropped off the positivity rate, and they're only looking at the number of cases, what does it say? The absolute weekly case numbers. So if it's not a adjustment per 100,000 anymore, it's an absolute number. And I just want to read what's on the website. If you're going to go from red to purple, you have to breach 42. And if you're going to go from orange to red, you have to breach 21. So in order for us to go back to orange, we have to be less than 21 is what I believe I'm reading because we're
No, that's not quite right. Sorry. I mean, I don't mean to contradict you, but it's very confusing. If we go from red, for us to go from red to purple, we have to go over 42. So 42 is the magic number there. And but for us to go forward from red to orange, we have to meet that criteria of 4. We have to enter into the range of 4 to 7 per 100,000, which is so. The way they've set it up kind of complicated, but they're doing this to help prevent us from having to go backwards, the small counties. So this is actually a supportive thing for the small counties so that we don't get bumped backwards. But to move forward, we have to get into the range of 4 to 7 per 100,000, which I think is really about 33 cases per week, which we've not met.
Okay, and I guess what I'm looking at is just a moving forward, not moving backwards or moving into a worse tier rather than, it's strange that it does not identify the opposite on this page, but I will
What
take.
you have to do is you have to go on to that chart that they have that shows the grid of the things. I know it's very confusing, and so I've had to kind of wrestle with this a little bit. But
And I'll take your word for that. Just don't see it on this page. I'll have to look further. One of the things is I joined on Monday the Rural Caucus over at CSAC to discuss this, and so this new tier comes from this Rural Caucus breakout group that's been speaking with Dr. Ghali. Trying to make Dr. Ghali understand the needs of rural communities and why we differ from urban communities, even suburban communities. And so this is where it comes from. And in my moment of being able to speak to them, I mentioned that their changes that they made saved us from going into purple tier. And of course, this point I made is my opinion that part of the reason we were going in purple tier, part of the reason, not the entire reason, was basically our skilled nurse facilities did not help with our number of cases and our positivity rates that we were going up with. But it doesn't always make perfect sense that what gets punished is automatically the businesses. Like, there's certain businesses, there is no punishment no matter what happens, and there's other businesses, there's punishments even if they're not a part of the reason. So if we have a breakout at a grocery store, it's the bars and the restaurants that get punished for the breakout at the grocery stores because it makes our numbers jump, which is really unfortunate. And it looks like it's trying to solve it, but it doesn't solve it entirely. The group did discuss looking at death rate because death rate is not something that has been focused on. It's been positivity rate and case rates. And a gentleman from, I believe it was El Dorado, had stated that they had 4 deaths throughout the whole county, and 2 of them happened earlier, and then it's been 2 sporadically over the last couple of months. But yet they've had a number of cases happening that has kept them in the orange rather than going back to yellow or something along those lines. So there's definitely some conversations on trying to figure out how to make the numbers work for the safety and for the ability to move forward. And that group will be meeting again, and I look forward to those conversations. There was something else. Also, today the theme parks received guidelines, which basically state if they're in minimal, then they're able to open. I know that we can always find holes in any kind of logic, but theme parks is not meant for just Orange County or LA County. It's meant for people to travel from all over the place to come to those places. So even though you're minimal in your county, that doesn't mean that what you're inviting, it's a strange phenomenon of how we localize the problem without recognizing the traveling that actually occurs in between. So there's just some faulty logic in that, and I hope that we can make some changes in the future for that. And the last part is, I see this at the state, and I'm worried, and I see it here locally, and I mentioned it to the state, is we really need, in my opinion, to separate Latino population and migrant farm workers. Because we have Latinos who live in Lake County who have lived here all their lives, who might have families of multiple generations that have lived here all their lives, and then we have those that are just passing through. And I hate that we kind of throw them all in one group without recognizing, is the virus impacting our local residents that actually live here, or is the virus impacting those that are coming through here? And I think we need to be able to separate rather than put them all together in one group, which I see as some of the issues you didn't want to bring, for some of the issues of why you didn't want to bring ethnicity into the conversation, where we make some faulty assumptions because of the data that we see, and some of those assumptions could be in a very a bad way. So just something that I hope that maybe we have the data to be able to separate that, because I think it's important to not make certain people who do live in and reside here all year round in our community who are Latino to feel like they are a part of something that they're not.
Okay. if there were any answer to those questions. I think there were more comments, but Supervisor Scott, I know before Supervisor Sabatier started, I know you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank Dr. Pace for his report, and I would have to agree with him. Some great work is going on with our people that are experiencing homelessness. I had a chance to go volunteer with a couple of those groups and learn their stories, and we're doing amazing work with those people. And Hope Center hopefully will be open by December, which will just give more beds to be able to push people to be able to be part of our community and making good choices. I'd like to comment on the San Francisco tier. I actually had the opportunity of spending the weekend down there this last weekend because I took my husband to the airport. And I will have to say it's a completely different world down in San Francisco. Everybody is masked. Before going into a store, the doors are actually closed before going into any stores down there. And you have to wait outside for somebody to let you in. And they're only letting like 2 or 3 people into a store at a time. It's just, they're doing things right. And I can definitely see how they can be moving into tier 11. They're all, working together and doing the right thing. And I would have to say they do have a lot more financial support for their businesses to be able to do this that we don't have here in Lake County. But it is definitely a different world down there in San Francisco.
You were definitely in a different part of town than I was 2 weeks ago.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I got to start running with a higher class of people, apparently.
All right, so any more questions from the board for Dr. Pace at this point? EJ, go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
Yeah, no, I wanted to just also discuss, because there was a point brought up about people that are passing through. Another key element, and I brought it up before, is the homeowners in Lake County who live in other areas, that this is their second home. They pass through quite often because either they're here on the weekends or every 2 weeks or whatever the case may be. And I know that back in those discussions, another thing you said, Dr. Pace, was that those were taken into consideration, and that's why they were looking at different avenues to kind of, I wouldn't say exempt, but just kind of lessen triggers for us to be put into a higher zone, but I'm not sure if, but I just like to highlight that. But I also want to share, someone near to me had come down with COVID 2 weeks ago, henceforth I was quarantined for like the week. And I want to say that things were handled accordingly. This person is recovered since. There's still issues, lack of taste and smell, and they're not sure if they'll ever get it back. Everybody around the person that lived with the person did not catch it and still are waiting for other tests to show that they haven't caught it. I, of course, in my family had to take tests as well and came negative. But I do want to say that they explained that they were dealt with very, very effectively when it came to the health department. So I wanted to state that just giving you that feedback. I know you probably do get it. I don't know. But I figured I'd do it since I'm really near and dear to this person. And so just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Crandall. Yeah, Supervisor Sabatier.
Is there an update from the recovery group and the conversations that are occurring, or no update?
Well, update. We've moved our meetings at this point to once a month. So at this point, we have not met since we talked on the last one. So as soon as we do, we will definitely meet with you. I know that right now, Dr. Pace obviously is moving down the path of, like you said, the next 4 to 12 weeks being very important how we move forward through there. And they're concentrating on that. And from this point, it seems like some of the conversations we're having here, at the board about the grant program we talked about earlier today and other things are kind of leading the way. So at this point, we will report when we have our next meeting. Okay, are there any more questions for Dr. Pace from the board at this time? All right, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment.
Just to ensure, though, when we had the last recovery meeting in the beginning of October, we reported out during the during the report that Dr. Pace gave out, right? Was that one given, Supervisor Sabatier? Do you remember that, or?
Yeah, I was just curious if there was any other meetings that had occurred.
There hasn't been. It won't be until, I think, November.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment. Jake, can you please open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom room here. I've sent an unmute request out. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute, state your first and last name.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, it's regarding Dr. Pace and our report. Go ahead, please state your first and last name.
Yeah, so this is Danny Primus, and I wanted to check in and see, of the COVID cases, are you getting a lot of reports of fever, coughing, sneezing, any of those types of symptoms? Are these more of like the delirium and that type of symptom?
Most of what we're seeing is, well, probably kind of nationally, they're saying something like 40 to 50% of people are asymptomatic. And we're seeing an awful lot of folks that don't have any symptoms at all that test positive, that are, we test as contact with somebody, they get a positive test, but they never have symptoms. Then there's a large proportion of people that are, sort of mild upper respiratory symptoms, cough, shortness of breath, mild fever, kind of runny nose. That's the most common range. And then then we're seeing, a small percentage of people, I think something like 40 total out of the 680 cases or whatever have been hospitalized. So, that's less than 10%. That's probably like 7 or 8% of the total have been hospitalized that are quite a bit sicker. And then we've had 15 deaths, and probably 8 of those have been nursing home folks. So out of just other folks living out in the community, there's been 7 out of almost 700. So, that's like 2% of the people out of the total number of cases have passed away. And one and half of those have been nursing home folks. So, there's a real spectrum of these symptoms. And then there's a lot of interest nowadays in what folks they're calling the long haulers. So people that get sick and then they get over their 10 days, and so they're not contagious anymore, but they still seem to have these persistent symptoms. We haven't seen a whole lot of that in Lake County at this point.
Yeah, I have a friend who works for Kaiser Permanente. My friend Catherine Adrian Porter is actually my health advisor, and she has a lot of concerns about the testing procedures because going so deep into the sinus, you're more likely to put an infection close to the brain than actually picking up any trace of a virus. So I just wanted to kind of throw that in there, that if we have people who are asymptomatic, I don't know that they should be going and getting tested. I think the risk, especially to seniors and to children, is probably stronger than the reward.
Well, nowadays the testing is different. It's more in the anterior part of the nose, so it's not as deep as it had been originally. But
Okay, thank you for your comments. Jake, we're still in public comment at this point. Supervisor Scott, I will come back to those. Go ahead, if you have a comment on that, or go ahead.
I did have a question for Dr. Pace with the testing part. I know with my husband, he had to test for COVID through his work before they let him fly, and he actually did it where he spit into a bottle and then mailed it in. Is that something that we'll be seeing here, or it's something on the lines of that?
Yeah, well, so there's a lot of new testing technology out there right now, and that's one of them. They haven't seen as far as I know, none of those are approved by the FDA at this point. So I'm surprised if he did that for a job, but as far as I'm aware, none of the saliva tests are approved. And but that's going to make life a lot easier. To go to the previous point, it'll be a lot easier for everybody when you can just spit into a cup. the testing, I think, is going to change a lot over the next couple months. A lot of companies are hard at work on trying to figure this out. There's a lot of money involved to be made in it if they get a good strategy. And so it's in the, I think that's where they're trying to get to. They haven't really been able to get to where they've been satisfied with the results from what I've seen.
Okay. Thank you. We're still in public comment. If you'd like to make public comment, this is the time to do it. Jake, the room is still open, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, Jake, we're going to go ahead and close the virtual room, and we're going to go ahead and bring it back. Do we have anybody in chambers, the board chambers, that would like to make public comment? I think that's a no. Supervisor Sabatier, can you hear me on that one? Is there anyone in chambers for public comment?
I heard you, but it did not register. No, there is nobody in the boardroom at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and close public comment. Dr. Pace, once again, thank you for your update today. And as we move through this pandemic, I want to thank you and all of the healthcare workers, everybody working diligently on this throughout the county, and all of our partners in the county. Office of Education, healthcare facilities, everyone. So, and our constituents and business owners for everything they're doing. And the ultimate goal is to get to yellow when the time is right, and then get all the way through these, orange and then yellow. But yellow is the ultimate goal here for everybody. So, thank you very much for your report today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to our 7.2 item. This will be our last regular agenda item, and then we'll move into closed session. But we're going to go to 7.2, consideration of allocation of funds from PG&E lawsuit settlement, sponsored by Supervisor Sabatier and Crandall. So we're going to go ahead and move to that subject.
Okay, thank you very much, and happy to hit the final agenda item for today. So as was, it was informed to the public that we did receive a PG&E settlement for $3,495,234. We discussed this briefly during our budget hearings. I had requested that we utilize some of these funds to help the community that was impacted by the sulfur fire, since those funds derived directly from that tragedy that occurred there. And because it wasn't necessarily on our agenda to discuss it in such a way, I am bringing it back for us to do so. I'm not attempting to utilize the entirety of the 3.5 or approximately $3.5 million. I have had conversations with multiple folks dealing with this, the roads and the potential permit fees for rebuilding. I am still interested in looking at offering $2.25 million to Public Works to look at doing a double chip seal or a triple chip seal over in the area. And if it's possible, if I can get the ability to share my screen.
I have granted you co-host. You should be able to do that now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And so let me get a little wider view. I don't know if you can see my mouse right here. Yes, you can. So the fire started approximately in this location. I don't have the exact location, but it burned through here and around Borax and eventually really hit this area here very hard. And so most of that was in the city of Clear Lake, but there were 31 properties in the unincorporated areas that were hit, and only 3 out of the 31 properties have rebuilt. And 31 of those properties lost structures or residences, and only 3 of those have rebuilt. So what I'm looking for, because of the fact, again, that we would not have this money if it was not for this tragic event that occurred, is to provide some of that back to the community. And so we're looking right here at Oak Crest Drive. There was some damage there to some homes. We're looking at Lakeshore Drive. There was some damage there to some homes. As well as Mira Vista, there was a bunch of properties as well and homes that were destroyed there. And Lakeshore Drive itself, it's been a while since it's been rehabbed, and it would be nice if we can get most of Lakeshore Drive and possibly also most of North Drive, which is right here, that reconnects to Sulphur Bank Road. And from what I understand, when speaking with Director De Leon, doing a double chip seal or triple chip seal would be much less than 2.25 million. I just want to make sure it's adequate enough so that he can come back with a plan and say, this is what I'm going to do on these roads. This is one of those exit roads that leaves the community. If there's a fire here, people are going to want to leave out Sulphur Bank Road. If there's a fire here, people are going to want to leave out Lakeshore. And so I think it's important that we, again, place some of these funds in the community that was impacted by this tragic event and rehab some of the roads, and hopefully that incentivizes people with a new, fresh coat to want to rebuild or upgrade their properties. Now, I also have in our memo talking about offering $250,000 in incentives to help subsidize the rebuild permits, and I'm gonna actually kind of negate that and offer that. And the reason I'm negating it is, number one, I had some really valid and good conversations with both our CEO, our county council, and also Director De Leon, and we have so many areas that have been impacted by fire. And so what I would like to come out of it is, can we create a committee? I would like us to create a committee that looks at ways so that when there is a future fire, and potentially it could be retroactive, that we have a way to help people rebuild. Because what we're seeing consistently throughout the last 10 years is not enough building of houses, but too many that are being burned and impacted by our wildfires. And if we can have a way to have a program where we're not helping those that can help themselves because their insurance already paid them everything, but we have a good criteria to make sure that we're providing incentives to help people rebuild, that can help keep our communities strong and our communities rebuilt. I don't have a specific plan at this moment in time because there's so many factors to look at, but I think that if we can get some of the minds that have been involved throughout all of these unfortunate events, that we can figure out what is the best way, what is the most fair way for us to look at implementing such a program, so that if there are future tragic events such as this, that we have something for our community to get support from. I think that's what we're here for. I don't want to give away the bank, but I definitely want to be there to support. So I'm asking you today, again, to ask for some of the roads that I mentioned was Mira Vista, Oak Crest, Crest Ridge, and Lakeshore Drive and North Drive. But again, I want the board to direct the Public Works Director to come back to us with a specific plan on what he thinks would be the best bang for our buck for reviewing those areas or redoing those areas. Not looking for a complete resurface, thinking double chip seal or triple chip seal should take care of the job and make it again look like a nice coat, a fresh paint, coat of paint. And that's my presentation for you all today, and I'm not sure if Supervisor Crandall has any words.
Yes, just to add to the road going out to Sulphur Bank Road, and thankfully, the Public Works Department has worked on it to get it back into commission. Whereas at one time it was really a hazard with one lane and at two different areas. And so I just know that area was heavily affected, and so it would help. It would help in that aspect, and that's why I wanted to join Supervisor Sabatio in this venture.
Supervisor Scott?
I guess for myself, I like to fully understand how much road we're looking to repair and how much it would actually cost. So I would be interested in looking at that. But I know when we were looking at the numbers for this lawsuit, we were looking at multiple departments and how much it cost them to recover from sulfur from the fire. So I would also be interested in that and what those numbers look like, because I know it was almost every department had to do something when it came down to sulfur. So I think we must not forget about that also and try to make those departments whole.
Yeah. Obviously, Supervisor Sabatier, appreciate you bringing this proposal, at least forward. When we talk about recovery over the county, and I will not be like the news media. In 2015 was one of the most devastating fires that we had at that time. The Valley fires that started to burn through the county, and obviously that wasn't caused by a utility or any other thing. So I know when we had the discussion with the board, we were going to put this in disaster and recovery because even though we've had a disaster, like we said, I think we're counting to, and I'll probably be corrected, but I think we're at 12 right now, potentially 13 if you're not counting the PSPS events and other things that are happening here in Lake County. And I know roads is one of the biggest issues. And my thought, and saying this in the best way that I can, that I think if we were going to pull some of these things out to look at recovery and some of the fires that have already happened, I think there'd be some thoroughfares that may be utilized a little bit more frequently, that we could talk about potential opportunities down the road. But Tina also talked about a good idea about some of the effects on some of the departments and in response to some of these things. So at this point, and I know other folks speak up, but going through it, I really like the idea where you were talking about potential of helping with the building permits. But I know some of that stuff was some of the biggest challenges in Valley Fire and still today. I know that's some of it with the Clayton Fire also. The same things. It was the permit fees and other stuff. But I know we have had conversations since those incidents to look to hopefully streamlining the process and potentially getting some opportunities there for folks. But at this time, this time I would need more information before I could support a proposal like this.
A couple things.
Sorry, Supervisor Brown, didn't see you. Go ahead.
Well, so we've all had a lot of time to think about this, and as Moke said, not that all of us weren't involved in it at some point, but
yeah,
the Valley Fire and the fires that were subsequent to that were smaller have taught us a lot. But here's what I want to break down here for you. We always talk about we need to help these people with permits and all that, and that's one of the first things that we try to do during the fire. And we learned really quick, and I'm not sure if the other board members, I know Moke is because he was involved with at that time, though he wasn't on the board. There are some penalties that you get if you reduce the prices or the cost of the permits. If FEMA looks at it like, we don't need to give you more money. To do that kind of thing. And I'm oversimplifying it. It's much more complicated than that, but that is an issue that you have. The other thing is, I'm not so sure that there were a lot of people that didn't rebuild because of the cost of the permit. There's a lot of reasons that you don't rebuild. One of them, there's a lot of things. One was a lot of the properties were bank foreclosed. The bank's not going to rebuild, no matter what the permit fees are. People just they were thinking about moving. There was a lot of reasons that people didn't rebuild. Some of those were rental houses. Landlords didn't want to rebuild a rental house. So it goes on, and then the other thing that happened was the Tubbs fire the year after that, where all the contractors, you had $100 a square foot prior to Valley Fire, went up to $200 to $250 a square foot to rebuild the year after that were after the Valley Fire, and then it went up to $300 and $400 when all the contractors left and took off to go down to Sonoma County where they could make some real money. And so it really didn't have a whole lot to do with permit fees. Now, granted, everybody's wanting to get a reduction on their permit fees, but I don't think that was the issue. And as far as the road goes, I want to see more of a global and I hate using that term, but I can't think of another one right now. So I want to see I want to really hear what our public works director thinks our priorities are in the county. And I don't care if it came from PG&E, it goes to the county. The county roads, we have priorities. That may be one of them, but I want to hear that. I don't think we need to allocate money just because we generated money because in a fire in a particular area. I can tell you right now, one area that I think if we had extra money that we should be thinking about, and it's not in my district, but we started looking at the possibility of an alternative escape route out of Anderson Springs. And I don't think we should give up on that. I think if we have extra money to spend, we need to maybe use some of it for matching funds or something to still try to work on that route that has been, we worked on it. We had a lot of work that had been done on it. Scott did a lot of work on it, on where it would come out. Those are the kinds of things that we need to deal with. Instead of setting money aside for the potential for recovery, we need to really focus on using the money that we have to keep a disaster from happening so we don't have to worry about recovery to begin with. And I really think that that's where our focus needs to be. I don't think we can spend enough money to keep it from happening, but we can spend what we have in those areas to where we don't have to be stuck with this year after year after year of constant recovery. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Supervisor Sabatier?
And we just passed a budget just recently, and those departments are whole. Whatever the extra work that was needed as far as dealing with the sulfur fire in the unincorporated areas, but the environment has still scarred from that impact of the fire. And again, we would not have any of these funds if it wasn't for, if there was a wildland fire and no houses burned, we would have $0. The fact is we have this money because people were negatively impacted by this fire. Yes, there's been much larger fires outside of that area, but again, the only reason we have these funds is due to the impact of the people and the fact that PG&E is at cause for it. So that is why I'm looking to help that community at least be revived. The roads over there are not good roads. They do need to be upgraded. I'm not going to say that others are not necessary, which is why I definitely did not want to use the entirety of it and leave at least 1 million. And again, the 2.25, according to my conversation with Director De Leon, is much larger of an amount than is necessary, but I want to make sure that he's able to do what he needs to do. I do agree that it needs to come with more detail from Scott De Leon, but I believe that it would take more than 8 hours worth of work in order to get this kind of information to you to be able to make a decision. And I don't want to cross that threshold without approval from the board to set staff on the direction of coming up with these types of numbers and these types of potential work plans. So this is why it comes to you, as well as for the fees. I agree. There's a lot of factors as to why people are not rebuilding. But the fact is, building from scratch is just as difficult, if not harder. I have developers who have no skin in the game. They didn't lose a house. They don't have their roots here in Lake County. And they're not wanting to rebuild either, no matter how many conversations I've had with them, because it just doesn't pencil out. And unless we're willing to do nothing but low-income housing where there's some profits to be made, it is a difficult task to get subdivisions or a large number of houses to be built here in Lake County. If you're rebuilding, you have a lot of nostalgia feelings of why you want to rebuild. You have a lot of roots sunk deep in the earth as to why you want to rebuild. And I think it's easier to help those in those situations at this moment in time due to how our real estate is functioning as far as the property values. And I realize that there are some difficulties when it comes to insurance, when it comes to FEMA, but the fact is FEMA's not always involved. Look at the Clayton fire. So if we have a program and it doesn't quite work for certain individuals, but it does others, at least we have a program that can help get people back on their feet as quickly as possible, which is good for them, but also good for us that we don't lose our property taxes again and again and again through all these vicious fires that come through. No matter how much preparation and mitigation to fires that we do, we will never be 100% protected. And I think looking at it from two different avenues of, yes, we need to do things to mitigate fires, but yes, we also need to create programs that help people rebuild what may still be lost. So I think that it's possible to come up with some plans, and if we do the right thing, we may even be able to help these people better afford the insurance that unfortunately is also killing the reason why people are not rebuilding, because fire insurance is becoming a thing that is unattainable and people can't afford, unaffordable. And if we have such as a reduced cost, if you're going to do hardening of your house or things of the kind, or landscaping that makes sure that you protect your home within the plan of building a house, then at that point, we're looking at it a little bit from a different angle, and it could be very helpful not only for rebuilding our communities in a safer way, but also allowing for those who are trying to pencil out, if it's feasible to rebuild, that yes, my insurance costs will not be as high if I just rebuild standard. So I still think there's ways to move this forward, and I do believe that the 2.25 will be much more than necessary. I just wanted to make sure it was adequate enough and to get approval from the board so that we can move forward and see if Director De Leon can come back with a more specific plan.
So can I make a correction here?
Yes,
and give you an opportunity to correct me if I'm wrong. That you said that we wouldn't have gotten this money if it hadn't been for all those homes lost. I don't believe that's the case. I think the money was for infrastructure, and I don't remember any discussion at all or consideration for how much private property loss there was. It was just a basis for the loss. The basis for the lawsuit was because of county infrastructure, which, by the way, has not been made whole. Maybe you can correct me on that too. We have county departments that absolutely have never been made whole from that fire.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Anita.
Supervisor Brown is correct. I think that, I don't think that's quite what Supervisor Sabatier meant, but he can certainly speak for himself. But the PG&E might have been more interested in resolving this because of all of the damage to individuals in their homes and destruction, etc. But the claims the county made were simply for county infrastructure. And your board was quite scrupulous in making sure that the only claims that were made were those that were not otherwise covered through some other means. So this was out-of-pocket losses for the county.
And if I may clarify, we would never have been approached by Barron and Bud had it not been for all of the fires and all of the losses that people individually had due to the 2017 fires. If it was just a wildland fires, we would have been left on our own, and we would have had to make a decision whether or not to go after PG&E, and maybe we would have, maybe we would not, but the fact is there would be no Barron and Bud, and we wouldn't even know that name at this moment in time.
I think Supervisor Brown was just clarifying the point that, it was not on personal loss, it was for infrastructure. Thank you for clarifying that, Anita. Okay, as we move forward, I know that when we put this in the disaster and recovery, and Carol, can you tell me the exact budget unit where we put the PG&E funds again one more time?
Yes, it's in budget unit 1920, which is the disaster budget. Yes.
Yeah.
For your correction.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And ultimately, for a long-term planning or the next disaster that may happen. And, I think some more thought needs to go into it before we really allocate these funds. At least that's my thought on it. Appreciate the conversation. Obviously, Supervisor Brown brought up another great one, the extra exit road out of Anderson Springs, and there are plenty of other projects. So at this time, are there any more questions about this item from the board? Supervisor Scott?
I guess my only question would be, weren't we also concerned that FEMA or some other entity could come back and take some of this money? That's why we were kind of setting it aside for a couple years to make sure that we weren't going to be out any money.
That's partially why it is in the disaster budget, but there is some other money there for the same purpose. So the board, can certainly make some decisions about best uses of this funds or part of these funds anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for further information, FEMA has not provided us any funds for road repairs.
Yeah. I think they provided any funds in any of the disasters for any
Right.
road repairs. Bring it back to previous condition, I think is the term that they would use.
So wait a minute. No, I don't want to just gloss over this. I brought the FEMA part of it up because you said about the permits. Had nothing to do with the roads.
Yeah.
I was talking about the permits. And we did experience this, and I don't know if Kathy's on. I think she's on another meeting. But the reason we couldn't, do permits for a reduced or even no fee was because of that threat with FEMA. It had nothing. That has nothing to do with the roads or anything else. That was what I'm talking about. If we have enough money to give money away to the public, regardless of the validity and how well intentioned it is, there's a threat of sanctions, and that's what I brought that up for.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Brown. All right, any more discussion?
Are we, just a quick question of where we're at. Are we still looking at, Scott, possibly looking at an overall plan or for this project, or are we, that's what I want to know, what we're moving forward with, how we're moving forward with this.
I think Supervisor Sabatier was bringing us up to see, if this proposal that he was putting on the table would be able to be moved forward. And the thought would be we'd go through the process here. I think I've stated my stance, and I thought I've heard at least the conversation happening that we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment and then bring it back for action if there's any to be taken right now. Okay, we're going to go and open it up to public comment. Jake, can you please open the room?
Yes, I will open up the Zoom floor here. I've sent a request out. If you'd like to comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Hi, this is Jessica Paiska with the Cobb Area Council, and this is, this speaks a lot to the experience that we've had in the Cobb area since the Valley Fire. And there's a whole lot that goes into helping a community recover after a fire like this, other than permit fees, which are really helpful to help offset the cost of the construction, which literally rises while you're building. But roads have a big impact to attract investors to want to come back to a community and rebuild, or new investors to come, and infrastructure as well. So there's a lot of other pieces that really make a community worthy of investment. And so I think Supervisor Sabatier has a really good point in putting the money back into this area so that it can grow and it can thrive and it can ultimately recover.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Any other public comment? All right, Jake, hearing none, we're going to go ahead and close the room. Bring back the board. Do we have anybody in the board that would like to make public comment in the chambers?
No, nobody in the chambers.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board for some more deliberation or action. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I brought this specifically to discuss where to allocate funds for PG&E lawsuit settlements. The idea I was proposing was to look at the area impacted by the sulfur fire. The recommended action that I have on here is provide direction to staff on creating a plan for road rehab, and I'm just going to stop there. So since it's still within the agenda item, I would, since I'm not feeling that I'm getting the potential support for the specifics of what I'm looking for, I am okay with asking Director De Leon, and I'd love to hear from Director De Leon on this, about saying, what can you do with $2 million to help rehab our roads or to help make us a safer place? Like, what are the priorities from his department rather than just looking at the sulfur fire area? Because I think that while it's good to have, I guess it's always good to have a good savings buffer cushion to fall on in case there's more emergencies. I feel like we've overcome our emergencies well, other than losing what personal losses occurred. Our losses were not necessarily due to the emergency. Our losses was due to the loss of property taxes or loss of sales tax or other things. I think that we've done well. While maybe the struggle has been absolutely real, I feel like putting away this money rather than investing it back into our community in ways that will not be stolen by FEMA again, is a much better way. And granted, it doesn't have to be the entire amount right away, but at least a amount to make an impact where it needs to be made. So I'm okay with direction to staff to say, what is the best use of $2 million for road projects, and then to come back to us with a program.
Okay, I see Scott De Leon is on the phone, or at least it says he is. And I know we had a challenge last time from maybe when you were talking about this too, when you talked about it, some type of committee being formed might be an opportunity for us. But I see Scott's on, I'll give him the floor. Go ahead, Scott. You're back on mute. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the discussion and we're actually have already been up there looking at the roads that Supervisor Sabatier has mentioned. I could road improvements are pretty expensive, and we could develop a lot of different scenarios, and we had planned to do that, and I can continue to do that at your board's direction. And Supervisor Brown's also correct. We looked at secondary access out of Spring Valley a couple of years ago. That is also a project that has seen a little bit of development. It's not shovel ready, or we don't have plans sitting on a shelf for that, but it's something that we have looked at. I could use all of that money in a very robust project, or I can use a fraction of it, depending on what we do. I have challenged my staff to go and look at those roads, come up with a reasonable project that would result in some nice improvements. We're not going to go in and create, roads with bike lanes and significant widening and all those kinds of things. It would simply be a surfacing and corrective repair type project. And, we can come back and make a presentation on the kind of dollars that we would see for a project up there.
Thank you very much, Scott.
And as I said, we've already started. Staff's already been up there. We're formulating a plan. We're coming up with quantities and making cost estimates. I can get that to Supervisor Sabatier, and he can take it from there, or we can come back at a later time and make a presentation to your board, whatever your preference is. But we're moving forward.
So, Mr. Chair, could we broaden the focus to look at potentially all best uses rather than just roads? I mean, I'm hearing a variety of topics come up, and I am aware of some county departments that still have funds they have not been reimbursed for a lot of disaster response. What I would propose is that we take a broad look, including roads, but not exclusively roads, and come back to the board with a recommendation.
Yeah, I think maybe a committee being put together with a couple of board members would be a good idea. Since we've been talking about this is a budget meeting, and there are a few ideas, and I think not only Spring Valley, which you mentioned, but I know Anderson Springs, the secondary access road for Anderson Springs, was a big topic after the Valley Fire. So I think there are plenty of ideas, and we're currently recovering from a disaster at this point. We just approved some CARES Act grant funds that'll go out to our public, and maybe that's even another thing that we could add to help our businesses that are struggling now. So I would agree. Can I get a couple of volunteers? Obviously I think Supervisor Sabatier would volunteer, but I get another volunteer to be on a committee to talk about best uses for the PG&E funds.
I'll do it if Tina wants to do it. I'll defer to her, but if not, I'll be the other person.
Either way, I'm willing to do that.
Okay. I think we'll go, EJ, if that's all right, we'll go with Supervisor Scott and Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that will give us an opportunity to come back with some other ideas. Bruno, appreciate the conversation. I think we're going to be able to get some positive stuff done here, and I don't know what we're going to call this committee. Would it be
PG Spending Committee?
There we go. Okay.
And so I'll work with the supervisors to and Director De Leon to get a meeting set up and figure out who else we would like to have join that conversation, and probably also reach out to county departments that are still looking to be made whole, and try to get the big picture.
All right. Excellent. We'll look for this to come back to the board at a later date.
I'm good with that.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. Appreciate your willingness to work with the board. Thank you. All right, Director De Leon, thank you. All right, that completes our last regular agenda item 7.2. I will go ahead and read out our closed session items that we will have. All right, we're going to go into closed session. We have we had 6 items. We had 7 altogether. We concluded one earlier. Item 8.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, FERC project number 77 Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 5495669D1, Ugorgi versus County of Lake. 8.3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 5495669D1, Stabalone, County of Lake versus County of Lake. 8.4, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, E2, 1 potential case. 8.5, conference with legal counsel, decision whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, 1 potential case. And 8.6, public employee evaluations, title county librarian and title special districts administrator. With that, thank you very much for joining us today in our meeting, and we're going to go into closed session.